There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the giants. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
everyone. Welcome to week 4 of Blue Otter Emerald Season 13. Tonight's best of 3 action will be a fight in the Freljord, featuring the Conduit Gremlins up against a Bloom Gaming Wisteria. The Gremlins suffered their first loss of the season last week at the hands of No Quarter Gaming, and this might be a tough week to bounce back because Bloom Wisteria are the only team that is still undefeated over there in the Freljord division after the first 3 weeks of play. We've got some otters here to talk about it. My name is Crewman44, and of course, we have to start out by introducing my co-host and co-caster, the stupendous Mr. Storm. Storm, how are we feeling tonight?
Today is a good day. We finished another day of pre-polling for the election, and after working 14 hours, I got to sleep, write content, and now I get to talk about League of Legends, my favorite thing.
Incredible. Glad you, sounds like you had a productive day there, Storm. But let's go ahead and have you help introduce our guests, if you could.
Yeah, for sure. So, tonight with us, we have 3 guests. First, we have CZI. If you want to introduce yourself, what team you're on. If you have a fun fact, feel free to throw one out.
I'm CZI. I play for TSI, and the fun fact is I might have one of the worst mouth fights I've ever played in my life in Conk Finals.
Wow, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
All right, and joining us as well, familiar face to everyone who's in the Blue Otter League, it's Chiong. If you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, what's up? I'm Chung Selmo, support player for Bloom Gaming. And interesting fact is I strategically inted on a Bard game in one of our series, Braum game in one of our series, so my team will never have me play Braum again. I hate playing that champion.
Oh, five head. I knew the pronunciation was Chung Solmo. These guys were trying to tell me earlier that it was Shung Solmo. But I'm glad we got the final word.
It is an SH sound. I just say it the wrong way because that's what everybody else calls me, and I'm too lazy to fix it at this point. It's been too long. No going back.
Okay, great.
Unsure. I think Q is here. If they are and able to introduce themselves.
Yep, I'm Q, the support for Sweat Sprites. Fun fact, I'm sticking to the story. I only picked Swain Game 2 against Espada's team for content. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
All right, respect. Sounds good, guys. Thank you all for being here tonight. Let's go ahead and get right into these predictions. Here in Emerald, we do have quite a lot of predictions that we need to go over. So let's waste no time with it. Getting into Demacia first, of course. Our first matchup tonight is going to be Elysium Encore up against Sin TBD. And it looks like I am actually the only Elysium Encore predictor here. You know, I feel like Elysium Encore haven't had the best showing so far, but they have gone up against some pretty tough opponents. They've played both the Crash Outs and Monkey's Cheer already, and personally, I think they're favored in this one against Sin TBD. As it looks like, Storm, we have your name and picture over there, but I believe those are my predictions.
Let me just double check. I also had Elysium winning this game this evening.
Okay, we'll figure out at some point.
Yeah.
Because if these are your predictions, then we do have the exact same predictions, at least for this group. So
we do have the same predictions for this group.
Okay, great. Well, we'll revisit that later if it becomes necessary. But Shung Solmo, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I love some of the players on this Elysium team, but I'm just gonna bank on Sean and Koopa just hands diffing and kind of carrying Sin TBD to a win in the series. I think this is like the must-win game for both these teams at this point in the season, which is weird to say just because of how kind of their spot in the standings, and like having Mint crash out in the Monkey's Cheers makes it a little bit difficult to try to catch up to them at this point with starting 1 and 2.
Yeah, makes sense. As like you said, you know, both of these teams at 1 and 2 right now, so you do really need, and it's only 7 weeks, right, of play before we get into the playoff stage. Only 7 weeks of round robin, so you got to pick up every single win that you can. We're already going to be past the halfway point after tonight, which is pretty insane. But I'm just realizing that, Storm, we probably should have gotten you to actually elaborate a little bit more on your thoughts before going to our guests. Sorry, I'm not used to this whole co-hosting thing just yet. That's my bad. What are your thoughts, Storm?
My kind of thoughts is I was agreeing with other people that I think Sin TBD probably has better individual pieces on their players. But I think overall, Elysium Encore has like a bit more of that kind of scaling game plan. That there's a lot that Guo, I think, has to like super hard carry on the side of the Syndicate team, and I haven't been like amazed so far with any of their performances. They've had like good games of Nefari, but I'm not looking for like a good game of Nefari. I want like a game of Nefari where you're 11-0 kind of thing, right? Or otherwise, why are you picking that style of champion? So I think Elysium's going to have some of that time to scale up, and they're not going to get blown out of the water necessarily. And I think if the series like gets to a late game point, I think Elysium takes it. I think they're better coordinated as a full team.
Makes sense to me. Do you want to ask our next guest there?
Oh yeah, for sure. CZI, you want to take it away? How come you have Sin winning this one?
I got Sin winning because it's like they've played so far really tough people, and it kind of like justifies their record a tiny bit, even though they're kind of considered one of like at least they were considered one of like the more highly rated teams. So just because of that, I'm like, I think they'll show that they can be a good team tonight, especially against Elysium, who they really, they haven't really played anybody crazy yet. So maybe tonight they'll show up. So that's why I think they'll win. It'll probably be close, but hopefully not.
Yeah, I think that's one of the definitely closest series of the game. What about you, Q? Do you have a different opinion, or just think it's going to be?
I think it's gonna be really close. I think it's like a 45-50 Sin TBD. Like I think the player's a little bit better. I think their early game is also a little bit better. However, their late game is bad. Like they just, I don't know, it's like after 20-25 minutes, like they just like they forget where they're at. Like they don't know what they're doing. I think if they can remember where they're going and like where they're at, I think they'll be okay. But I do think it's gonna be really close.
You're saying you think Elysium Encore's late game has been pretty bad?
No, Sin's has
okay.
been bad.
So you think as long as they can close the games out early, that's why you think they're going to be able to close it out early, and that's why you're predicting them?
I hope they can.
Okay. I was curious, you were giving 50-45 as the percentages there, but that only where'd the last 5% go? So is it 55-45 what you were going for, I guess?
I'm gonna say 55.
Yeah, all good. But I did want to respond to CZI. You said you mentioned the schedule. So yeah, both of these teams have played against the Crash Outs already. That was a loss for both of them. And then Sin TBD have also, they got their win over Draconic Spire, and then they lost last week to Monkey's Paw. So
it's rough.
Yeah, definitely
rough.
Yeah. I mean,
that's Demacia though for you. There's not a lot of like teams that you're grateful to
I feel like in
against.
this group, anybody could take game over anybody. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Except for Blue Saber. But even though I got faith.
All right. Well, I mean, we're getting into that matchup next. Why do you got faith?
Yeah.
What's about it?
I mean, I remember when we were like doing the draw show and saw the roster, like they don't look that bad. Like they look like they're just gonna take a little bit of time to figure it out.
Yeah.
But you don't think they've had enough time against the Monkeys in this one?
Nah, definitely not.
Okay.
They'll figure it out by like the end of the split, and they'll be ready for next split.
Okay. Gotcha. They've got time. They've got time for sure then. No worries. Shunk Somo, you're also, everybody, I guess, predicting the Monkeys Cheers to take this one. Hard to predict in favor of the Saber Wolves. They haven't really shown us too much just yet, right?
Yeah, I think it's also just like it's top team, it's bottom team. These Monkey Cheers players, we know them. They've been around for quite some time, and I mean, like CZI said, the Blue Saber roster isn't terrible, but it's like really hard when you're playing into this specific group of players. Shout out Codis, he's a real one. But yeah, I just think Monkey Cheers is just like the second best team or third best. It depends on how much you value Conduit's son, but I think Monkey Cheers should just easily 2-0 tonight.
If an upset were to happen and the Saber Wolves were to do something, or just in general, looking at the Saber Wolves roster, what do you think are the strengths of the Saber Wolves? If they were going to get an upset, how do you think it might happen?
I think you just have to play through bot lane. I think that's the only hope, or you can just like 5-ban Instrument up in the top lane. It's like the other option. And then try to abuse his pool before. I mean, he lost to a game as me playing top lane in /all, so if I could do it, anybody can do it. But I think you just try to beat Allfire and Codis in the bot lane and like hope to outscale and win that way. But I think the Monkeys Cheers team is solid, but I think there's ways to take them apart and just win through draft advantage.
Okay, interesting. CZI, do you want to respond to anything there? Do you agree?
Cheong is crazy. I love it. Hey, if they could tilt that Bucky's team, they'll win.
All right.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, but if they do it, they're swimming.
Q, you got anything to add?
Nah, I think it's just an easy 2-0 for Monkeys Cheers.
All right, getting into our next matchup, we have Monkey's Paw against Draconic Spire, and I immediately see that we do have Chong believing in Draconic Spire and the power of Sailor, but I kind of feel that Monkey's Paw probably should be able to take this one. I think that Maze is quite good. I do actually, and they're kind of like the glue that's holding this whole Monkey's Paw team together. But if they're not able to play, I feel like Draconic Spire has a chance. Does anyone else kind of have a different take on it, or why do you think they have a shot, Chong?
I just picked some of the 0-2 team, or the teams that don't have a win yet to win tonight. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm rooting for Draconic Spire, and I'll spoil it. I'm also voting for the Geese tonight, baby. Flock Fly.
Oh man,
Flock
Crazy.
Fly, baby!
You're
baby.
a crazy guy.
We're getting pretty ahead of ourselves, though. That's much later here in the prediction segment. But cool to see that you're cheering for those underdogs, Chong. I'm sure a lot of people over there in the Twitch chat can relate. But yeah, I feel like Monkey's Paw, they played pretty close against their sister team there, Monkey's Cheers, in the Civil War that they had in week number 1. And unfortunately, it's just been looking to me like Draconic Spire are towards the bottom of the power levels in this group. So it seems like we got a couple of other Monkey's Paw predictors here as well. Q, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think come off that win last week, I think against what SinTBD that was. I think they'll have some momentum.
Yes, you're correct. They won versus MTB.
Yeah, I think they'll have some momentum coming from that, and I think hopefully that'll just ride that wave.
Makes sense. CZI, anything to add there?
I just feel like their roster is more balanced than the Draconic Spire's roster is. Like that Spire team, their roster is just Sailor and Geyser, and that's me being nice. Like the rest of their map doesn't blow you away. So it's really just those two trying to like take the entire game. But the Monkey's Paw team, they have balance to it. Like, you know, Nitro Dax isn't bad. Myth and Derision are really shaping up to be something serious. And then Naze and Neor, they're a solid bot lane. So it's kind of hard to put them against, you know, the other team that's really, like, you know, rough.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Draconic Spire can blow CZI away tonight and also reward Shong's faith. That'll be interesting to track. Probably not, though. Most of us
Probably
predicting
not.
against it. Our last matchup that we do need to discuss here in Demacia, guys, is going to be Conduit Sun up against the Crash Outs. We are all predicting the Crash Outs for this one, despite the fact that Conduit Sun have been having a pretty good season so far. Storm, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I've just kind of said it. I'd pretty much predict Mint to beat every team in our league if it's a regular season game. Like, Mint just have like that mentality and that kind of aspect of like, I'm a better player than you, I'm going to play better, and that whole kind of like belief in themselves allows them to just play like there's nothing holding them back. Like, have you guys seen the clip of Jake driving a Herald through the base in like 3 towers? It's just like they do this crazy stuff and they just play well always, and they fit together as a team. So I would predict Mint to beat anyone. I actually think this Conduit Sun team like is performing way above my expectations on how well they're doing. I think they're drafting well. I think they're doing everything right, but I would bet on Mint every time. So they're my prediction.
Yeah, I'm definitely entirely on the same page with you there, Storm. Chong, also predicting Mint, of course. What would you like to add?
I mean, I think this Mint team is just like probably the best team in the league. I mean, I've scrimmed against them before the season, and that was without Poom in the jungle, and they still did really good. I just think it's really hard to beat this team, especially knowing some of the picks that they have like in their back pockets for like deeper in the playoffs. I wouldn't be shocked if Mint wins it all, to be honest. But like you said, this Conduit team, I only know 2 of the players, being a former Conduit player, But the way Domination has been playing up in Emerald so far this season has been the most surprising to me, and I'm really glad to see him playing at this level and like swinging above his weight class and being a top super solid AD carry.
Yeah, super cool, super cool. Yeah, definitely Conduit's son, I think, has been surprising a lot of us. Do you want to put some percentages on this one, Sean? We had Q doing earlier for that other matchup.
It's like 90-10. I'm sorry, Conduit.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think
Damn.
it's like, dude, I'll be honest. I think this mid
Holy
team is
shit.
super fucking good, dude. Except like, I mean, wait, hold on, wait. Zui isn't playing tonight. Maybe it's 50-50.
Yeah, it's KTL.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I changed things a little bit. I wish I knew that.
So we're going to 50-50 then? Okay.
That's crazy.
That is pretty crazy. What are your thoughts, CZI?
Even without Zui, this roster is still kind of nasty, especially for an Emerald roster. P-Dog is like the best top laner in like every league he's been in. Jake Spuds is like the most consistent bot lane that everyone's seen. Probably some of the most like crash out bot lane I've ever seen in my life. Also, and then Pooh was also just like I know the name is Bit Crashes, but like they're all like psychotic. So that's why I think they'll beat the Sun team. But I heard the Sun team has been playing really well. I haven't really watched any of the games, but I've heard that Catfield's a good top laner. Their jungle also heard is very solid, like very disgusting. And Maver is also like, even though he started off rough, he's really gotten a little more used to this elo bracket. So I'm glad for him. So he deserves it. He's a good guy, good player. So
We'll have to see. But are you closer to like 50-50? What are percentages at for this?
oh
one?
hell no, I'm like at least like 80-20 at the minimum.
Yeah, okay. We're all pretty one-sided for the crash outs here. We do need to hear from our last guest still, though.
Yeah, I don't think this game's anywhere close. This might be a hot take. I think Conduit's son. I do not think they're very good. The only good team that they've played so far is Monkey's Cheers.
I understand that.
So like they dropped a game to Monkey's Cheers, they dropped a game to Draconic, and they dropped a game to Blue Saber. Like I don't know. I just think a lot of people have Conduit Sun high up on their lists, and I kind of think they're fake.
Well, I'm actually glad you mentioned that, Q. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Conduit Sun played against Draconic Spire week 1 and the Blue Saber Wolves week 2. So they have had some easier opponents so far. So that'll be interesting to see. If they can stand up to the crash outs at all tonight, then maybe they'll start to turn some more heads. But if they just get blown out, then yeah, you could be right. Maybe they're 2-0. They're actually 3-0 right now, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. So maybe that would
6-3
be
overall.
a little bit fraudulent if they get completely blown out by the crash outs, especially with the sub mid laner like we were just hearing. We'll have to wait and see. Storm, you want to bring us into our next division?
Yeah, for sure. Next up, we have the Noxus division, which we were talking kind of pregame as we were starting. I feel this division definitely has like 4 of the strongest teams in the top lane. Like at the top, I think like as we get to the top 8, most of the teams are going to be from Noxus. And we're starting out with Original Sin versus Monkey's Manor, I believe. Don't see them on there, but
our graphic is a little bit broken, but it looks like we are all predicting Original Sin for this first one.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll give it to you on that one, Kerman, if you want to take it away.
Yeah, definitely. So Original Sin, I do feel like have had a relatively strong showing so far. They are at 2-1 at the moment. And I just feel like, up against Monkey's Manor tonight, Monkey's Manor, I don't want to just go exclusively based on the standings, but, I feel like it has been, maybe another slight strength of schedule difference between these two teams, with the side of Original Sin actually being able to show a little bit more, I feel, against some maybe slightly stronger opponents, and actually having still the slightly better record as well. So I just think based on what we've seen, they did lose. Original Sin did lose. Their first loss was a 0-2 against the Shattered Spire last week. Monkey's Manor also lost 0-2 against Team Mid only. So both teams are going to be looking to bounce back, and I just have a little bit more faith in Original Sin and their ability to do so. Sean, what are your thoughts?
I just feel bad for any team that was drawn into Noxus, because this is just a clear-cut top 4, bottom 4. I think anytime like the top 4 teams play one of these bottom 4 teams, you already know who's gonna win, and it's basically like what most of these matches are, or at least 2 of these matches are tonight. I think Original Sin is gonna come back. McFeeds, that's my boy right there. He said they should have won last week. He straight up like hard trolled game number 2, game number 1, which was a good play by Spire to win it. But I believe in Original Sin. I think they're a super strong team, and I think they're just going to bounce back and easily handle Monkey's Manor 2-0 tonight.
A lot of confidence. Nice. CZI, anything to add there? You know, Chong was definitely pretty convinced, you know, that Original Sin solidly up there in the top 4, Monkey's Manor solidly in the bottom 4, right, Chong?
Yeah.
CZI, do you agree there?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to argue against that. Like, the roster is probably one of the more solid rosters in the whole league. Like last week, I agree. They could easily match up with Aspire, but it's basically like who shows up that day type of thing. You feel me? And Monkey's Manor, they're a team that, like, they're not bad, but they're just not as good as everyone else in their group. Like, if they were in, like, I don't know, Challenge group, they'd probably make playoffs.
What the hell,
But-
man? what the hell? We're not even there yet.
I mean, come on, cuh. Let's be real.
That's just foreshadowing. We're
Oh,
teasing
man.
the later part of the episode. Very exciting.
But yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be a 2 tonight. But I like Original Sin. You know, I think they're a good team, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Ferromancy though, my boy. over
Yeah,
there.
shout out to Ferromancy.
Q, your thoughts on this matchup? Original Sin versus Monkey's Manor. You know, our other guests definitely feeling pretty one-sided towards Original Sin on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trong just hit the nail on the head. Perfect.
Excellent. No notes. All right, then. Let's move on to our next matchup. We've got the Syndicate Soot Sprites going up against Team Mid Only. The Syndicate Soot Sprites, we were able to cast them, Storm, a couple of weeks ago in their Week 2 victory over the Winions. And the Syndicate Soot Sprites have kept that momentum going. I believe they are also still currently undefeated. Yes, indeed they are. And I see no reason for them to slow down in this matchup. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think even though Team Mid Only has a new ADC and they looked better, the way they like drafted and seem to be playing is they're like, oh, we're going to be a full dive team and that's how we're going to play. And we saw the Syndicate Soot Sprites are really good at playing into dive. So I just think this is like a total matchup thing, that the Soot Sprites just outbeat them that way, like without even getting into any player differences. So I think they take it.
Interesting.
Q, as someone who's actually playing tonight in this matchup, you obviously have your team winning. Why?
Yeah. I mean, I do think Team Mid Only is probably one of the better teams in the bottom half of our group. I think it's unfortunate that they got drawn in our group because I think that they might be able to make playoffs, like 3rd or 4th in a different group. I don't know. I just think that we can outdraft them, like no matter what they want to play. Like he said earlier, just like you don't have to get in the player difference. Like I think the team thing is also just way different. Like I just think we're a lot well-rounded and everywhere.
CZI, you got anything to add?
I think the Soot Sprites, like we were saying, they're one of the more gross-looking teams in this league. They're top to bottom. Their rosters is nasty. I do like their ADC. I had a feeling. I just like, this bot is gonna be so gross. And lo and behold, I was correct. It's just like watching them play. Like, damn, I'm glad I'm not in that group. So yeah, it should be easy for them tonight. You know, they're gonna get to a lot of team. If they lose, you know, we'll save that for what if it happens. You know.
Yeah. Anything to add, Chung?
Yeah, just shout out the boys, Canella and Cordelia. Always a big fan of seeing them around, but I don't know. I just think this is just another thing where like you hit it on the head. It's just kind of like a skill difference. Like it's another one of those top team versus bottom team in the Noxus group.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Taz.
I was just gonna kind of get into the next one. If you have anything to add about the Soot Sprites, go for it.
Well, I just wanted to ask, CZI giving a shout out to Canela and Cordelia there. I noticed not giving a shout out to Q, who's in the call right next to you. So that's interesting to me.
Hey, that was
Yes, yeah. Why would
Oh,
you do
Sean.
that, bro? That's
Yo,
fucked up.
That's crazy, bro.
That's messed
Yo,
up, dude. Why would you do that?
yo, someone needs to like check the tape, bro. I was minding my business.
Check the
You feel me?
VOD. My bad. But really, I just wanted to ask Q about Matstat, who somebody also mentioned the 80 carry there for the Soot Sprites, and yeah, I just wanted to Q, is Matstat somebody you've been playing with for a little while, or?
No, so I've actually never played with anybody on this team ever before. It was kind of I think I talked about this the other week. Like I came in, Thrasher was actually going to play support, and lost. I wanted to be on a Sin team, and he convinced Thrasher to go back to jungle so I could support. Like I didn't really know any. I've heard of Thrasher, and that was it. And then Canella really wanted to play with me, and I was like, yeah, like I'm down, like let's run it. And then like I liked how Matt played, and like he's really solid. And like after that week 1 performance, like he got a penta, and I was like, all right, like do your thing, like do whatever. I'll be behind you. You just let me know what you need.
Cool. How would you describe him as a player?
Hey, I don't know. I feel like he's really ambitious. Like he wants to strive for more every single time. Like even if he has like a perfect game, like I feel like there's always something else he thinks that he could have done better, even if it's like super minimum. Like he always wants to improve, and it's really good.
Cool. Thank you for those insights, Q. Let's definitely now move on to our next matchup. We've got a battle towards the bottom of the standings here in Noxus. Goon Squad Gaming versus Maelstrom Esports. Maelstrom did forfeit their match last week. I believe that was their scheduled match against the Winions that they did not end up actually playing. But we do have a couple of people actually predicting them to get a win on the board against the Goon Squad, who are, of course, the other winless team here in Noxus. Storm, you are predicting the Goons. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, the Goons have played all their games, which I think is like a major mentality difference that just says like you're trying to get on the Rift and you're trying to win and you want to be competing and stuff. They're not clocked out, so to speak, like I think Maelstrom might be. They also cleaned their drafts up last week. There was no more Tarek Soraka bot lane, which I am happy to see that never get repeated again. So I think they have a shot at taking it over Maelstrom. So I'm curious to see what other people think about this, or if anybody, or was it just picking random names?
Strong, you are going for the Maelstrom prediction. So how did that come about?
One of these teams has to win, so I let a coin decide.
Flip the coin for it, yeah.
Yeah,
enough.
like one of them has to get a win tonight, unless one of them
That's true.
forfeits again. Maelstrom, cough.
Well, then there would still technically be a 1 in the wins column, even if it was via forfeit. So can't argue with the numbers. CZI, what are your thoughts? Also, was it another coin flip situation for you as well, CZI, or?
Well, basically, I thought about it and I was like, which platinum team looks better? And
Okay.
I looked at it and I was like, the bigger issue I'm seeing here that I don't know if anyone's actually looked, but one team has multiple literal gold players. So, with that being said, I in good conscience cannot put GSG over this team. I can't. Like,
Don't talk about the geese like that, bro.
who's saying anything about geese, cup? I said gold.
We're talking about the golden geese and down there in gold.
Hey man, maybe they got the names wrong, but yo, this shit's crazy. But yeah, I mean, they subbed last week. They might have FF because they had scheduling issues. Who knows? But
Yeah, we
they
don't
should
know
come
for
back
sure.
tonight and be like, yo, let's get a win just for motivational purposes and keep it pushing.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe
I
they're
know
like,
why they FF'd, but
Oh lord, don't leak. Just to me in DMs.
go ahead, Q.
I mean, like I know why they FF'd. I don't know how much
Oh.
leaking we want.
Do it.
Whatever you want, bro.
Do it.
Do it all, dude.
I was informed by some information that everybody from that roster is not part of that roster anymore.
Oh, man.
Whoa. I mean, so they have 5 different players playing tonight?
No
And
bans.
from what I've heard, yes. I don't know how true this is. Like I've heard everything. Like none of the players, none of the coaches, nobody associated with that roster is with
Put it
them
in
anymore.
Dorado.
So I don't know how true that is because the doc hasn't been updating. So that's why I went with
Dang.
Goon Squad, and also we played them last week. And I mean, I don't think they're great, but I don't know who Maelstrom has for their team. So
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything about that, but we'll just have to check later on and see. Assuming that match does get played, we'll check and see who ended up actually participating in that one. We'll see if Gold Squad Gaming can pick up their first win of the season. Our last matchup here in Noxus, we've got the defending champs, the Shattered Spire, against, possibly their biggest test so far this season, up against Winston's Winions. And it looks like you and I, Storm, are the only Shattered Spire predictors. You are also predicting Shattered
I
Spire?
am predicting the Shattered Spire tonight.
Yeah, they did pick up the 2-0 last week, right? So a little bit of momentum going. What are your more detailed thoughts, Storm?
So the thing I will say, and the reason I like the Shattered Spire, is I think they're actually a team that's built around Fearless, right? That there's like those early picks where that flex and they change all the time, where the Shattered Spire have like different identities and teams that they can go with. It's like, okay, you see Olaf in the jungle for Wichita, Black Mass, and then it's like, oh crap, we now need to deny Seraphine, or that's going to come through. And they have like 4 or 5 of these comps that we've seen throughout all of last year, some of this year, and who knows what else they have cooked up. That, like, I think draft wise, the Shattered Spire are probably one of the best teams in the league for it. I think comparatively to the Winston's Winions, like, these are both really good teams, so I think that edge like matters to them. I just kind of trust in the Shattered Spire. They've won me over finally after hating on them for probably like almost 2 years straight. They finally won me over, so I'm going to predict them to take it tonight. I think this is like a really big test. This is like one of the first times I think they've personally played like another team that going into a season, I was like, oh yeah, that team's going to win the season. This is like the first time I've seen them play one of these teams, so I'm really interested to see how tonight goes for them.
Interesting. Yeah, the Shattered Spire, they had team mid only in week 1, and then they beat Maelstrom in week 2. And then, of course, last week, they got their 2-0 over Original Sin. So, yeah, definitely, I think they're their strongest opponent so far. Sean, do you agree with that this is the biggest test for the Shattered Spire? Obviously, you are predicting the Winions here as well. So, anything you would like to say about this?
Yeah, I'm gonna I think my biggest fan, Espada, is gonna be the reason that Bing Trillers wins, along with the Go OTF. I do think the Spire's a good team. Like, don't get me wrong, after playing with them and then playing against them in finals here last season, I do think they are a very solid team. I just think at points, like we're saying, they have these like hyper specific drafts they go for that can kind of punish them so far. Like, it can be punishing to them, but knowing Wanderer and like the champions he's willing to play and support, like we saw him week 1, he busted out like the Mel support and got like 12 kills or something ridiculous like that. So I think the best player for Fearless on this team is Wanderer, and it can be a big issue for a lot of teams if they're not ready for him to pull out something like that. But I think Bing Chillers is going to have a game plan going into this one and should be able to pick it up. I think it's going to be 3 games though.
All right. CZI, you think it's going to be 3 games as well?
My heart's telling me no, but like realistically, it can. I think it more depends on what Espada's team does and less what Shattered Spire does. I think Shattered Spire's biggest strength is that they play a lot of things that aren't commonly played, at least in comp, by most players. Like, they have like the Fiddlesticks, the Shen, Chiang said, they have like, random support champions they can play that people just aren't prepared for. So they could always throw a curveball at you like that. But I think if each team just drops a standard comp, I think the Bing Chillers team will bop them consistently. And I think it's going to be a real test to see if Shattered Spire is actually going to be like one of those actual contenders, or there's going to be a top team.
Yeah, I mean, if I recall correctly, I think the Shattered Spire last season, did they go undefeated in their group, Storm? Do you remember?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
In all fairness, the group was really big.
Yeah.
That's what people were saying, but
It was that
group.
group.
Not as bad as Chiang's group this season, but
come on, bro.
Respectfully.
Yo, also, let's be clear. AK Hearts has been in that group 2 seasons in a row now.
Yeah,
That's insane. Shout out to AK Hearts, bro. The goats.
Again, we do actually need to get into that Demacia division. Let's move things along here. Q, any thoughts? Anything to add on this one?
I mean, no, like first of all, like shout out to Spada. Like, I think he can top diff hard this game. I think he'll be a big reason why they win. I don't know, like really like last week, Shattered Spire played Original Sin, like that was their first test, and then obviously being chillers, they played us week 2, and like that was their big first test. So like this is like another like powerhouse matchup for the group. I think it'll be 3 games. They'll be really tough and close, but I do think being chillers pulls it out.
All right, all right. Yeah, if I recall correctly as well, I believe that Espada was eliminated in the semifinals last season by the Shattered Spires. So we'll see if Espada and the rest of the Winions can get their revenge tonight against the defending champs, or if those draft advantages for TSS are going to get them over the line. Let's move on now to Ionia, and we'll try to go a little bit quicker on this one. So yes, I am aware that we are running a bit short on time once again here. But our first matchup in Ionia, we've got the Flying Dutchmen up against the World Enders. The World Enders did narrowly lose out in their match that we cast last week, but I think we're all favoring them here against the Dutchmen. Storm, your thoughts?
Yeah, Tilt needs a mental reset of epic proportions. As I said in my article, that Sky Weatherneck, the top laner, posting that in general chat was absolutely hysterical. But this is kind of a chance. I think this Jolly Rogers team isn't like that bad. Their top laner has been pretty good, and he's committing to the split push. So there is going to be that battle in the top lane, but I think Tilt takes it overall.
Okay, Shang.
Yeah, Jolly Rogers is a plat team. I do not think they will beat Tilt tonight. I think Tilt's a solid team. I don't think they're a shocking team, but they should be able to beat anybody who's below them in power level or record.
All right, makes sense, makes sense. CZI?
I mean, I agree with what Shog said. Tilt overall has a better roster, and as long as the bits are solid, this should be a pretty easy night for them.
All right. Q, you think it's going to be pretty easy here for Tilt as well?
Unfortunately, yes. I still think they're a really bad team, but Jolly Rogers is just worse.
All right. All right. Well, we'll see. Our next matchup here is going to be Dorado versus XSV Gluttony. So Dorado, they are playing with a new mid laner this week. It'll be interesting to see. I believe Kiba Boy or something like that is the new mid laner. So we'll see what happens there. We are all predicting XSV Gluttony for this one. Storm, your more detailed thoughts?
Yeah, I think Dorado's the team in this group that's looking to be fighting for fourth, whereas XSV Gluttony is the team I think has like a real shot at getting into the top 4 overall of BOL. I think this team's really good. They've done well in other leagues, so I'm expecting them to win easily tonight.
Yeah, I believe XSV Gluttony did win out. I think the XSV Civil War happened here already as well.
Yeah.
And I think XSV Gluttony won that one. And then XSV Greed, we saw pick up the win last week. So clearly, XSV Gluttony, a force to be reckoned with. Chung?
Yeah, I just think Gluttony's got a super solid roster. I think Discrepancy, Natty, Avi is a super solid core, and I think they should just be able to beat most teams they go about. I mean, I watched way too much of this Dorado team. They were a premier team. I think it's really hard for this specific roster with like the people that they have and roles they're playing for them to swing up. I think like it's kind of pray that Trouble Killer can hard carry you a game, and if he can't, it's just all right. We'll go next, and hopefully he can do it in the next game.
I actually got my new mid laner for Dorado information from Walk Warlock, and he relayed to me as well that the idea was to get a new sort of identity for the team. Any thoughts about that, Trump?
I know very little about Kiba Boy. I've heard of him, never really seen him play, so hopefully he can make the team better if they want to make playoffs. But I mean, they're gonna have to fight Tilt World Enders for that spot, or pray that one of these XSV teams falls off the face of the earth.
Interesting. All right, TZI, your thoughts?
Yeah, the Dorado team, they're just held back by their Wi-Fi and the way they play the map, and they just need to enable Trouble Killer, and they can have a chance to win games. But the Gluttony team is not the team they're gonna get that chance against. So.
Yeah, everybody a lot of faith in Gluttony here. Q, you as well?
Oh yeah, I mean also with BKP back in mid, I mean I just think it's not even close.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see if Trouble Killer can find some way to make an upset happen, but we are not expecting that to come through. Our next matchup, TTM Aegeon versus Team Solo Invade. These teams have both been looking pretty good here in Ionia. We do have only one TTM predictor. Chong, how's that going to happen?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest here. CZI plays for too many goddamn teams, and I didn't know that he was on TSI. If I looked at the roster before typing anything, I would have voted for my boy CZI. I do think TTM is a really good team. I think they're kind of surprising. I mean, most of these guys have played in the BOL draft league for a long time. I was a shadow player on a roster that Spartans was on. I think he's a really good jungler, and if he's on his champions, he can look really good. But I think this TSI roster is just super, super solid. I think, even though I predicted TTM, it's going to be rough for them to win the series. If I could change it, I'd predict that TSI would win.
Oh, actually, we do have that power.
Yeah. I was about to say, I'm going to chime in. I actually have TTM winning tonight on this one.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah. I think TSI has all the stats and all of the reasons, but my gut says TTM. That a lot of what I think TTM does well matches up well into TSI. I think the bot lane of TTM is really, really good. That Lambo guy has been playing incredibly well. I like what they've been doing in general. It's kind of a question for me of, the top lane of CZI versus Taunty. Taunty's a fine player, he's pretty good, and he's shown that he can flex, but we need to see if his tank play can actually stonewall CZI.
Interesting. CZI, I want to come to you last. Let's hear from Q really quickly. Your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, I think both teams are pretty solid. I think TTM was kind of underrated, and TSI both, in my opinion. I think it's going to be close. I just think TSI has the edge. I think they've been playing more cohesive as a team other than over TTM.
All right. Yeah, TSI had a pretty solid run over there in the Premier League. RJ's create 80 carry. But CZI, what are your thoughts going up against Taunty and the rest of TTM tonight?
Shout out TTO, shout out Taunty. They're the best Gen Chat yappers ever.
Oh, yeah.
I love how much they ride for the team, but I think it's gonna be simple. I mean, if they just play classic front to back the way they probably only draft, then it should be fine. We should match up pretty well to every role. I do agree that their bot lane does look nasty, but that's the best part about their team. So if their bot lane can't get ahead, then the rest of their team won't do anything.
Yeah, it's like I briefly mentioned, RJ has been really solid as well. So I have to imagine that your own bot lane is going to be able to stand up to him, but we'll have to wait and see. Our last matchup here for Ionia, XSV Greed versus the Monkeys Goons. Looks like everybody predicting XSV Greed to take this one. They are coming off that 2-1 victory over the World Enders that they got on stream last week. Sean, what are your thoughts?
I think Greed is another one of these really strong teams. I think they kind of are relying on Kaz and Spoobert to carry them. Brother Otter can step up and have a carry performance, but I think going up against Monkey, I think they're just a clear-cut better team and should be able to handle them.
Cool. CZI?
I agree. I think the Greed roster is overall better. I wish I could have more faith in the Monkeys Goon roster, and I think I don't know. I don't know who they played last week, but I know they lost some tragic ass game. But they have potential, but I don't know if the Greed team is the one they'll have potential against.
Yeah, probably going to be tough. Q, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think Greed takes this probably pretty easy. I mean, they lost the Civil War to Gluttony week 1, but they still look pretty good then, and since then they've just been performing really well.
Absolutely. All right, so let's move on really quickly. We are pretty much out of time here, but let's just talk a little bit about our stream matchup tonight over here in Freljord. We are, of course, going to have the Conduit Gremlins going up against your team, Chong, Bloom Gaming Wisteria. Am I pronouncing your team name correctly, by the way?
I think so, man. I just call it Bloom.
Okay.
I don't even know, man. I showed up to play.
Cool. Predicting the geese there, Shong. I'm sorry we're not going to have any time to talk about that. But
Flock fly, man.
Flock fly. Enough said. All right. Q, coming to you first for this Gremlins versus Bloom matchup. It looks like everybody here actually predicting against Shong. What are your thoughts, Q?
I don't know. I really didn't think Bloom was going to be as good as they were right now. I don't think they're a bad team. I thought they were more of a middle-of-the-pack team. I just don't think Conduit still gets the edge, unfortunately. I really hope Chong proves me wrong, though.
All right. CZI also predicting the Gremlins. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think the Gremlins had a bad week last week, obviously. No one predicted that would happen.
Yeah.
Honestly, if Xiang's team wasn't doing as good as they're doing right now, it'd be a disappointment. Same thing with the Conduit team. So it's like kind of expected out of them in this group. So I mean, against these two teams, it's probably gonna be a slugfest. But I think the Conduit team is gonna show up.
All right. But you were also predicting Shang and the rest of Bloom to be a strong team here in Freljord. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, hopefully. Shit.
I mean, yeah, we're the only other team in Freljord.
Well, what are your thoughts going up against the Gremlins tonight, Shang?
Oh, I'm not gonna prove anybody wrong. I'm probably gonna just fall asleep mid-series, and hopefully my team can carry me. No, I think we're a really good team. Shout out the old men I got playing with me. Shout out Gabe Leo getting a pentakill for the kills on a Syndra E itself. And then Ren has been absolutely cracked so far this season. Maybe it's just because we have weak competition, but I think come playoffs, we're gonna be the next TSS coming from the group of life and win it all.
Okay. He's calling his shot already here in week 4. I love it. I mean, you made it to the finals last season, right, Shang? So it would be a damn shame if you couldn't at least make it that far again here. So I'm excited to follow your journey, of course.
Trying to retire. Please let me win, guys. I want to be done.
You need the chip to retire. All right, fantastic. We'll see if you can make it happen. Any shout outs from you, Chung?
Yeah, just shout out you and Storm, always doing this, and shout out producer Shubham for stepping in this week. Excited to have you produce again tomorrow with me.
Absolutely. Shout out to Shabam. Very nice there, Chung. Thank you. CZI, your shout outs, please.
Shout out every League of Legends tournament for giving us a place to play. We all like doing this shit, obviously. It's a great time, so appreciate everybody.
Absolutely. Appreciate you being here as well. Q, your shout outs.
Shout out to the Goto Spada. The dude's just the best top laner this world's ever seen. Even better than CZI on Malphite.
Okay, man.
Nice. And a pretty legendary Gen Chatter himself as well.
Yes,
So
CCI, I'll teach you how to play Malphite. Just DM me low, bro.
I hate you.
Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us. I do apologize to our other Freljord teams. We just took a little bit too long on those earlier divisions again tonight. We weren't able to go into all these matchups, but thank you very much to our guests. Appreciate you guys being here. Everybody stick around. We're going to go to a short break. We're going to be right back for the Gremlins going up against Bloom Gaming.
So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome?
Alrighty, Otters, welcome back. As you can see, we're jumping directly into this Game 1 Champion Select between the Conduit Gremlins and a Bloom Gaming Wisteria. Gremlins going to be on the blue side for this first one, and should be an exciting match, right, Storm? We're both predicting the Gremlins, I believe, right?
I actually have Bloom taking this one.
Oh, you have Bloom. Okay,
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah, we unfortunately, as you guys know, we're running a little bit out of time there for Auto Talk, so you kind of had to rush through those last couple of matches. But I personally am feeling like the Gremlins, they did take that surprising 0-2 loss last week at the hands of No Quarter Gaming. But I am still expecting them to be one of the stronger teams here in the Freljord division, and I do think they're going to be able to bounce back tonight against Bloom. But what are your thoughts, Storm?
My thing that why I don't have Conduit winning was I looked through their draft history. I noticed that they've been letting other teams take a whole bunch of neutral objectives against them, like 2 to 3 dragons a game. And that to me just says that Conduit isn't setting up it like objectives correctly, and they're flipping things and relying on being like better players. So to me, that I think is like an advantage that Bloom has, is that they have all this like veterancy on their roster that they're going to be able to punish that.
All right, well, that's a great thing that we're going to be able to focus on tonight. So
Yeah.
very much looking forward to tracking that. Looks like we are going to have the Jinx locked in on B1. Definitely a strong team fighting AD carry. Not something we see on B1 all that often these days.
Yeah, do you see a lot of kind of these really hard engaged things have been taken away, almost allowing it in some ways to get taken. That Nocturne's off the table, Ornn, Maokai, this Aphelios, which has been definitely one of the best picks for, I believe it's just RJ on the side of Bloom.
No, RJ
No.
is on
Sorry.
Team Solo Invade in Ionia.
Oh, sorry, it's Ren. My mistake. Yeah. But Ren also, I believe, has played this Aphelios and looked really good on it. One of those kind of other hyperscalers that you can play into it. We are going to see the Varus get answered. Interested to see what Varus build we end up seeing. I don't know if you've seen, but there's the new Varus top build running around in Korea. Never mind,
God.
that's just going to ADC, not a flex.
What's the Varus top build, though, just out of curiosity? Is it some AP shenanigans?
It's Rageblade into Hullbreaker into
God.
Terminus. So you're 3k HP Varus who melts everything that you get to auto attack. And you have
That's
like
pretty
150
gross.
resistance. Yeah. I hate that champion. I hope he gets reworked. Anyway, Renekton blind pick, something we see often in pro and amateur alike. Something I am a personal huge hater of. I think that champion is bad, and there's a lot of counters to it that are quite easy to play.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you, Storm. Obviously the reason why Renekton has been so popular for so long, right, is because he generally has a pretty strong lane, and he does offer that sort of baseline value later on as well, where he is a relatively large health bar, and he does have a point-and-click stun. So we'll have to see if the Renekton is able to make it through the laning phase relatively comfortably and have that big impact later on. But we do have, looks like a little bit of an error with the draft here. We'll let you guys know as soon as we get that information on what that B2 pick is. But the Darius being considered as the option likely into the Renekton, is this probably not one of those matchups for the Crocodile that's not so great, right?
Yeah,
Definitely. They're going to switch it up?
Yeah, going with the Jarvan. Unsure, maybe that Darius was locked in or something. Who knows? We'll find out as soon as we know. We will let you all know. But if the Jarvan gets locked in, again, good into the Varus, who's one of these immobile ADCs as well. Gives you some of that early game tempo and the ability to play. Isn't a pure tank, despite producing all that CC. Ability to lock down targets.
We do have confirmation. The missed pick is Darius. So Jinx, Darius, Jarvan are the first three for the Gremlins. And looks like we're going to have Nefiri there on the R3. So the dog slipped a little bit in terms of the priority, a little bit further down in the draft, but Bloom Gaming are going to pick it up. I saw somebody was playing this mid last week. I think that was GVG, actually. He subbed in for the Gremlins and played Nefiri mid, and that did not go so well. What what are your expectations for this Neferi Storm?
I mean, Neferi is just, they're a snowball champion, and the busted thing about Neferi is that they have a fizzy that isn't also their main form of damage, right? That you're an assassin who can go in and hurt people and kill people, but you have a Zonia's basically, or a get out of jail free card whenever you want it. So like Neferi to me is like the ultimate like almost hands champion now, which is weird to say because old Neferi was like the simplest assassin ever.
Yeah.
Whereas new Neferi is like, how good are you at like reacting to things happening to you? So I'm curious to see where it's going. I think this team is really heavily indexing AD on the side of Bloom. So I don't know if maybe we'll see this AP Varus or something, or if it's just the kind of on hit more style which does so much magic damage, but there's a lot of armor already for that Jarvan can stack.
He could, yes, definitely. We'll have to see if that is something that Bloom Gaming are going to be concerned about. If they're going to be looking to lock in an AP threat here, you know, I was saving the mid lane pick for last, so I think it's pretty likely that they could pretty comfortably go for some kind of AP option, as Shang is going to lock in the Alistar alongside the Varus. Not the strongest lane, so probably the idea there is picking more for the team fights later on. You'd have to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good into the Jarvan that's been picked. Just quite good into Alistar, Alistar's quite good into Darius, just because you have all the CC to kind of disallow him to play the game. That Poppy pick is so good. I'm so excited to see that on the side of Conduit.
Yeah, a lot of dashes already on the side of Bloom Gaming. It's probably going to be Poppy support, isn't it? I mean, it could be, it almost has to be Poppy support. Interesting.
Yeah, unless we're about to see the legendary Jarvan flag support.
It could be
weirder things.
I think we have seen some weirder things, but the Gremlins, what's it gonna be? Yeah, it's gonna be the Way in the mid lane. So they've got a lot of range with this composition as well. Feels like a pretty strong game one draft for the Gremlins.
Yeah, Darius doesn't fit into this team almost whatsoever, but Darius doesn't really fit into any team comp. You just kind of let him play his own game, and hopefully he gets to pentadunk on people. So it's good to see that Hui is there to kind of shore up some of the wave clear weaknesses that maybe this Conduit team was missing.
Yeah, I believe, if I recall correctly, Shang was calling out the Conduit Gremlins top laner as potentially being somebody that they were going to need to shut down. Am I remembering that correctly, Storm? Didn't he say something about that?
Yeah, we were all. CZI is on that roster, I believe.
No, CCI is AES. Ace is the top laner for the Gremlins.
Oh, okay.
And Trixlar. Trixiar? I think it's Trixlar. Is the top laner for Chung over here on Bloom Gaming.
Right. Okay.
Yes, we have the Veigar locked in as the R5. So this is a very interesting choice. I mean, you're going to get outranged very heavily by the Way in particular. So I would expect that to be a pretty tough lane, but most lanes are tough, I suppose, for the Tiny Master of Evil. What do you think is the thought process behind this pick, Storm?
I think the kind of rest of the thought process is, besides Play, most of the people on Conduit need to kind of run into your team, right? That what Bloom has, despite it looking so very odd with all these picks, is they have a really good pick composition, right? You had the Renekton stun into the Varus root combo with his ult and his Q poke. And Veigar just gives you some non-committal ways to do that. That isn't throwing your Alistar to die into the enemy team by, pressing his W and getting Poppy rooted or something. So I get the idea behind it. It gives you some of that late game options that if the game does go super late, and some of that wave clear. I do agree with you. I'm pretty sure that's a really rough matchup mid lane, but I don't think Veigar's good into any mid laners, especially now that Symbiotic Souls are getting the Baron recall reduced. I know that's one of the things really benefited Veigar, was you could just rush those and kind of mitigate some of your laning phase by just running back to base all of the time.
Interesting. Yeah, it does kind of indicate to me that Bloom Gaming are going to be looking a lot to play towards those objectives, right? They're going to be looking to group up a lot and look for these picks. So that's maybe they have possibly identified the same weakness that you did for the Gremlins, the fact that they maybe don't prioritize those objectives necessarily as much.
Yeah, and I feel like as Darius, this game is really hard. Like the only person you can ever like reliably hit is Renekton. Like as Darius, you are never ever joining a team fight ever. Like that is insanity. I would, if I was Darius in this game, I'd be like, yeah, peace out, guys. I'm gonna go push down tier 3s. I'm never joining a team fight, right? Like, how do you get into the face of Vigar or Alistar, who I'm guessing will be playing Phase Rush or something like that? Varus has the self peel options. Nefari has the ability to escape your hook. Like, I don't think Darius is able to stick onto anyone and get those stacks going. So I imagine we're never going to see AES joining one of these fights.
Yeah, it does definitely seem like a really difficult composition to engage into on the side of Bloom. I definitely feel you there, Storm. You know, at least for the Gremlins, they do have the Jarvan, which is very reliable engage. If they do see a window where they're going to be able to start one of these fights, or maybe like a member of Bloom is out of position or something like this, then maybe there could be an angle there. But even in those situations, I hear you. Yes, not necessarily Darius is not specifically is not going to be able to offer that much in a team fight scenario. So we'll have to see how AES does decide to play it out. But I do think that the junglers are probably going to have a big impact on this early game for sure, right? I mean, Jarvan is kind of always, you know, I always am talking about Jarvan, how I really like to see him finding early action. So what do you think the junglers are going to be able to get done earlier on in this one? What are you going to be looking for?
Yeah, so the onus is kind of on Jarvan to do things, and as Neferi, you're kind of a power farming jungler, right? The whole idea is that you get your items, you hit those lethality breakpoints early, and you assassinate people. So as Neferi, you're trying to scout, find where Jarvan is, and counter invade, steal his camps, get those advantages for yourself more than your team. The ability to play for like the re-engage afterwards with the leap once you're 6, I think is there, but I think pre-6, Nefari wants to be on the opposite side of Jarvan. So I think Jarvan's going to be the one making the action early. I think Neferi's just going to be looking more for that farm.
Interesting.
Style.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So with the power of the ultimate as well. So in that case, are you really looking for Bloom Gaming to have some kind of level 1 to get in like a deep ward and to try to get that information on where the Jarvan is going to be starting?
Yeah, I feel like you want to try and run as 5 somewhere, like threaten, you know, Varus charging a Q to poke somebody out and something like that. The issue is if you run like actually into this Conduit team, it's going to be really, really painful. Quay has CC that you can do early. Poppy support often starts their stun with
the heroic charge, yes.
Yeah, Jinx has some of the highest DPS at level 1 of any marksman. Darius, probably one of the best level 1 champions in the game. So you have to find where the enemy team's starting, but not lose anything in the process.
Yeah, we'll have to go about it carefully for sure. But speaking of the Darius, you know, one of the stronger level 1 champions you said, and was picked into the Renekton, and I think we briefly mentioned this earlier on as well. This is something that Renekton is probably going to struggle against in the laning phase. Those are your expectations, I assume, right, Storm?
Yeah.
For sure.
I think so. It's one of those weird things. Every lane with Darius is like a skill lane, right? If you can get on top of Darius and avoid the edge of the queue with Renekton dodging into him and going for some like hard aggressive trades, like I'm expecting Darius is obviously going to run Flash Ghost because he must. It's just a requirement on that champion. But I'm wondering if we're going to see like an Ignite Renekton with like press the attack to go for some of those early game nearly like cheese almost things with your runes kind of tailor for it so you can fight back and try and bully him back. But it is a really risky way to play, so
yeah, it definitely would be. But if you can put Darius behind, that's really big, right? If he's not able to have that pressure in the sidelines, we've already talked about he's not necessarily going to be very useful for team fights. So if you can deny the Darius from having that pressure in sides, then the pick really loses a ton of its value. So we'll have to see what Trixlar decides to go for over there on the Renekton. But yeah, definitely a couple of interesting team compositions for this first game. You know, Bloom Gaming with a lot of zone control in this draft, relatively strong team fighting, good amount of damage. For the side of the Conduit Gremlins, you know, they have a lot of range. They've got decent engage with the Jarvan. They've got some pretty interesting tools to work with for themselves as well. In overall, Storm, which direction are you leaning in terms of this game one draft? Do you feel like either team found an edge?
I think Bloom's composition together makes more sense. Conduit is very much just playing a front to back team comp. That's a 4-1 comp that Darius is off on his own. Then Poppy and Jarvan is your front line, and you have Hui and Jinx to rain down damage, whereas Bloom is all about, can we get that one pick and transfer into something? And against 4-1, that's generally pretty strong because it means you can often get times have an advantage against the split pusher and are able to kill them and then transfer that to a 45. So my comp advantage, I think, goes to Bloom. I'm really unsure about this Nefari is my only thing about it. I think this Conduit team into Nefari themselves is super good. So that's my only question mark, but I'm going to say I think Bloom takes it in game one.
All right. Bloom sitting on that 3-0 record right now, hoping to keep things going against possibly the strongest team besides themselves here in the Freljord division. The Gremlins needing to bounce back after that 0-2 loss last week up against No Quarter Gaming. We're going to go to a short break, guys. We'll be right back for the first game of the night.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
Alrighty, folks, welcome on to the Rift for our first game of the night. We've got your Conduit Gremlins on the blue side, Bloom Gaming Wisteria on red. Just a quick note for production. I don't have game audio at the moment. I don't know if that's possible for us to get, but just thought I'd mention that here at the beginning. Storm, any runes or summoner spells that you'd like to point out for us?
Not seeing any of the kind of Renekton cheese tech as I was talking about towards top lane. It is the teleport and the conquer, just kind of the standard Renekton runes. Interesting to see that Vygar is running first strike into this matchup where he's generally outranged.
Yeah, that is very interesting. We'll have to see what kind of value Gabriel's going to be able to get from that one.
Yeah,
Gabriel did get a shout out, I believe, from Shang over there in Otter Talk.
Yeah. Also interesting to see that Chong is running Aftershock on Darius, so I'm guessing that means they're going to be trying to play for lane a little bit more instead of this phase rush.
Or you said Chung was running Aftershock on Darius, but you obviously meant
Or sorry,
Alistar.
on Alistar, my mistake, yeah.
Yes, all good. As we do have Ace has found a Trixlar up there towards the top lane, so Darius going to be able to get there's an early engage coming out from Vidyarthi in the bottom side as well, but yeah, the Renekton is going to be the one taking the most damage here at level 1. That is a really rough start for Trixlar in what is already a difficult lane.
Yeah, the power of I am Darius and I press Ghost at you at level 1 and hit you with a 90% slow. That's an auto reset.
Yep. It's a toughie. That's a toughie. So I am noticing as well, we have GVG in once again for the Gremlins. Was playing last week as well.
Yeah.
So hopefully GVG can have a little bit of a better day out tonight.
Yep. Show us how it's done, playing something that they're probably more comfortable on towards kind of this ranged matchup. Do see both of these junglers are clearing towards opposite sides of the map, like I had mentioned. Nefari clearing towards top side, trying to see if they're maybe able to get something done with this Renekton, who has all this CC set up, whereas Jarvan is pathing bot lane, where there's a lot of safety kind of, that you want to make sure that your Inks is able to farm safely and isn't poked out as much by Ren, who's running this kind of poke style Varus, as we can see by taking Comet.
I believe we did see some Raptor wards go down from both sides, so there was that exchange of information between the teams in terms of where the junglers are pathing. And we do see as well, Ace just dropped the ward over there in the tri-brush, so if the Neferi just does go for the full clear, then the dog is going to get spotted out as she moves into the river up there. Looks like the junglers are going to be completing those full clears at around the same time. About to get those Scuttle Crab spawns.
Yeah, be interesting to see how both teams want to play this out towards different objectives. Of course, as having a team with a split pusher, Grub's immensely rising value, but I will hold on to that thought. We do see He's has been engaged.
He's in the area, yeah. The Darius is going to back off in time. Obviously, like I mentioned, has that ward, so saw the Neferi coming in and is going to respect that. We're just going to have the Scuttle Crabs traded off. And now both mid laners are going to be hovering, or junglers rather, going to be hovering around this mid lane. See if they can find an angle.
Yeah, Gabriel is kind of pushing where he shouldn't be at, so really risky ward to get down. See if he can drop the cage, and if we're able to get kind of any sort of chunk here.
All right, GVG trapped in the cage. The way is full HP, gets off a nice fear there onto the dog, but still the stun comes out. So I think GVG just walked into the cage right at the very end as it was about to disappear. So did end up taking a bunch of damage there, but doesn't have to expend the flash or anything like that.
Yep, and now we see kind of this issue. Aze decides he's going to have Mercy and breaks this top lane freeze. But we do see the Furry is in Jarvan's face. Jarvan has gone back to base. It's this pick-ass advantage. So.
And Panay wants to fight because he knows he has that item advantage over the Neferi. He's got Darius collapsing from the top side as well. Cathral has the movement speed from the Scuttle Shrine, but the flash forward from Ace gets on top of the dog. But Cathral, the flash away, the jump over the wall. Panay tries to follow with the flag and drag, but I think the dog is gone. Dog days are not over for Cathral. Still going.
Yeah, is able to escape with their live. Probably loses their chickens because of that. We do see that Alistar is moving over. signaling, I guess, that they are going to be trying to fight for this early set of grubs.
Yeah, looks like Strong. Was not quite able to deny the chicken, so that did get taken away by Panay. It was Kothral originally who wanted to go for that counter jungling angle, right? But was a little bit over aggressive, not having gone back to base yet, and it ends up being the Jarvan who does come away with that one camp lead.
Yeah. We do see Jarvan is going more towards this dragon, whereas the Fury heading back into this top lane, really committing to this counter jungling that I was talking about earlier.
Just back to the scene of the crime. Wants that Gromp. And it looks like we'll be able to get it. But on the other side of the map, we see the Gremlins are actually the ones to start off this first neutral objective. This is something that you were kind of expecting them to not be focused on as much, but maybe that's an adaptation in the play that we're seeing for this week, because they're going to be able to take that first dragon nice and early, likely going to get traded for this first round of grubs, as Cathral has started those up now.
Yep, they had everything ready. We're able to pull their bot lane. Ren and Chong were unable to join into that play. So that's looking great. Seeing this Jarvan doing everything right, has now realized his top side is gone, so he goes and invades the enemy blue jungle. I'm hoping we see some sort of, attempt at something to just make Varus uncomfortable. Maybe we're able to Summers or something for this Alistar as well, but it's probably just going to be a trade of farm between the two, if I had to guess.
Panay, if he secures both the Gromp and the blue buff here, would be very close to level 6. I'm not sure if he's going to have it or not. Strong does get stunned into the wall. The Flame Chompers go down there as well. It's a lot of CC. Sean going to be forced to flash to get away from the flag and drag. A nice little move there from Vidyarthi. And now Ace is in trouble towards this top side. Dominus pop for Trixlar. The stun seems to be on cooldown though, and Ace gets a little bit of healing back from the Q and is able to ghost himself back underneath the turret. Stays alive. Still no kills in this one just yet, Storm.
Yeah, both teams keeping it kind of even for right now. No major advantages so far out on the Rift. But if you're Renekton and there's no advantage on the Rift, you're happy. Interesting to see our Renekton is building Fort, it appears. Despite going for this more generally bruisery style playstyle with the Conqueror, yeah.
That is very interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else that dagger could be. It almost has to be Bork. I did want to mention as well, we did see that, we got a dash in the mid lane as GVG is underneath the turret, and Kothral is going to use the untargetable as they flashes in for that last Q, secures the first blood, and then immediately dies to the turret. So, 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but GVG is now going to have flash advantage.
Yeah, probably not worth it to flash on turret as Vigar, but you got the kill secure, so you get to type worth in all chat. That is the rule.
That is how that works. Yeah, absolutely right, Storm. So Gabriel gonna be happy with that one. Relatively happy. Does at least get that. I guess, does First Blood even give extra gold anymore? I think they removed that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right.
A little unfortunate. But yeah, we get the words in the old chat at the very least.
Yeah, the counter jungling saga has continued. You see Carthrall taking away the enemy chickens after getting his stolen away. Now going to go down towards his wolves, probably it appears. Get that cycle going. Just going to reset instead. Spend all their money.
That was the Neferi who was able to find that first effective gank there in the mid lane. Panay has tried a couple of angles as well. But the Neferi being the one to find that earlier success is a little bit interesting. Panay does have a little bit of a CS lead in the jungle right now. But I wanted to mention as well, Storm, is Panay was actually the only player on the Conduit Gremlins that had a positive KDA in both games last week, despite the loss. So, still, we expect a lot from this player. He's been around a while, right? Has a lot of respect as being a very strong jungler. And I'm sure if the Gremlins do end up winning tonight, Panay is going to be a big part of it. So, to see how that goes.
Yeah, for sure. Another interesting thing I kind of want to shout out is the Fury not building an item that is lethality quite yet. Very odd to me to see. You see the Chong gonna see if they can utilize this Hex Flash.
Very
maybe?
sneaky cow. He gets in there, but GVG still has his own flash. Not going to burn it just yet, and the fear's not going to land. The Event Horizon comes down. When does GVG decide to flash? He waited. Calculated. Nice
Yep.
survival there for the way.
I'm sure you could just see it in my expression, but that was interesting. He got out. That was all that he
did.
needed to do.
He waited to the last possible moment. He
Yep.
wasn't sure if he was going to have to flash until that last, and then he eventually did. Panay finding the knockup onto Chong, who does have the ultimate run. He's going to be able to keep himself alive for now. The Event Horizon comes down, gets the stun onto 2. Vidyarthi, though, is going to yeet the Vhagar away from the fight. Now Kathral may be in trouble. The EQ knockup comes through once again. Oh, the dog, though, has so much damage, turns it around. They take down the Jarvan. It's a trade of the junglers. Well, Severing Bolt does land onto Gabriel, who's extremely low. Does have the teleport, though, if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2-for-1 as it eventually turns out to. Jinx Rocket in base? Okay, nobody died.
Oh, I assume that May was aiming for Ren's Varus there, but maybe that was actually a call out to try and hit Gabriel. But now Gabriel is clearly not happy about that attempt, and May's going to be forced to flash, but now there's no flash left, and you're trapped in the cage, and that's going to be the Vhagar picking up his 3rd kill of the game. Every single one of these kills in the early game has been going over to Gabriel's Vhagar. We do have a grub start up here towards the top side. Chong is in the vicinity, as is Kathral, but the extra man there, GVG, Gabriel wanted to make the play in the bottom lane. That means the 3 grubs in the second group can go over to the Gremlins. But geez there, that was pretty nice.
Yeah, that's great. The Fury deciding that they're going to prioritize catching back up, cycling their camps instead of just trading it for this dragon that we know has spawned. So doubt we're going to be able to get that anymore, but we're kind of looking across plates across the map. It is pretty even here. No one has any huge leads for that, just kind of the minor CS leads. In mid lane, there is quite a lead for Quay there, but balanced out, I'm sure, by the Vhagar's 3 kills, and yes.
It is, in fact, Gabriel who has that first item completion. GVG might have it now on the base. Yes, there it is. Eludin's done for both sides. Notably, the Feat of Warfare did go over to the Gremlins. They were the first team to 3 kills. So they are going to be looking for those feats of strength. We'll see how that does go, as the second dragon is still alive and available. Nobody willing to start that one up just yet, as we do see there is vision from both sides in the pit.
Imagining there's going to be some sort of team fight or fight surrounding this. Both teams kind of have the vision protecting it right now and looking around it. Both junglers are in the vicinity. Wondering if we are going to see Jarvan walk into anyone or if Kathral is able to spot them out here.
Team still jockeying for control over the area. Room up right now from Vidyarthi. This bot wave is going to get pushed in by Ren and Chong. River control now is going to go over the Gremlins as Panay looks for the engage onto Leo. Flashes to get out of the Cataclysm. That is a big cooldown. And Blasco to rejoin with the rest of the team. Spiraling Despair connects onto Kathral, who's going to get chunked down to about 50%. And now the Dragon been started up by Bloom. They're burning this one down. They know that Panay doesn't have the ultimate anymore, but this could just come down to a 50-50 on the smite, as Trunksome tries to boot Panay away, but doesn't get him far enough. The Jarvan secures the objective, and now the Alistar is so far forward. The arrow does connect, almost takes down Vidyarthi, and Chung's gonna be able to flash away to stay alive. Goes back in for the headbutt pole, that is gonna pay for that one, as Panay takes him down. Another kill goes over as May snipes Gabriel. And there was a solo kill in the top lane while that was happening.
Oh, it's just a disaster. We're playing the poke comp. We're at the objective first, and we start the dragon. What is going on? You gotta get these picks and get something with it.
Yeah, that did feel really hard forced from Bloom, didn't it?
Yeah. Really did not like seeing that from the Alistar and everything. It was kind of like everything's all good. We're able to Vhagar join us, and we just need to get something set up, and we're going to be good for it. Also would like to point out that our Renekton has bought symbiotic souls after getting his Bork in the top lane.
Oh, yeah, that is a very squishy crocodile. He
Yeah,
is very malleable, very easily transformed into handbag mode with this build.
yeah. Or this nice pair of shoes that Darius has bought.
Oh, true. Yeah, he does have some crocodile skin boots there, also known as the plated steel caps, or the ninja tabi for you you old heads out there. Yeah, just like that, we've opened up almost a 2k gold lead for the Gremlins. They do have those first 2 dragons as well. Feels really great. We've got a Cloud Soul this game, Storm. Thoughts on Cloud Soul in this one?
Cloud Soul is always the soul you want. Provides the ability to get around the map faster. There's a reason it's the winningest Drake generally. Rotations, when you're quicker on them, are the reason you win games.
I believe it was this soul that was most heavily nerfed at the start of this season, because statistically it was just the best, right? And even now, after the nerfs, it still, I think, is incredibly strong. So, especially for like Darius and Jinx with Cloud Soul.
Yeah. Are going to see a trade of these towers, it looks like. May's getting zoned off this wave down here. But there is quite a bit of attention going down towards this mid lane tower. There is this Herald to drop and kill it.
No, they're going to summon Shelly up immediately here in the mid lane as Kothral and Gabriel getting zoned entirely out of that mid lane. But Vidyarthi, yeah, a little bit of an over-aggressive move there. Team not in position to follow up, and now GVG's in a tough spot as well. A chain of corruption going to land over the wall. In comes Kothral, and GVG has nowhere to go. Does have flash, but I don't know where you'd even go with it. That is going to be another kill over to the Nefiri. Couple of quick ones. The side of Bloom, they also, of course, as you mentioned, took that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. So a good sequence there for Bloom.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to get this mid lane tower as well off. We do see there is an attempt to make on this Jarvan.
Yeah, they're looking for Panay, is able to flag and drag back towards safety. Looks like he will have to give up his red buff. We do have the Darius now. He's actually on the bottom side of the map. See if Ace wants to poke his head in here. Looks like that's not going to be the call. Oh, yeah. As the red buff, it did go to the Nefiri, I believe. Kothral should be able to get out.
Yeah, was able to claim it there with their smite and escape if they're alive.
We did actually see that last sequence. There were 2 turrets taken by the Gremlins as well. So overall, they did get some gold back, but we have equalized now. The gold difference overall is that is flashing away from a Renekton.
Yep. I guess if you're the side of Bloom, this is fine. Darius is never really able to threaten anything onto this Vigar when he has this tower for his safety until there's, both summoners are up.
Yeah, not really sure what the thought process was there to send Ace towards the bottom side of the map. Obviously he did take the top tier 1 turret, so maybe he was just thinking like, oh, I want the bot tier 1 now, but like you said, it's kind of tough to make headway against the Veigar. He's not a melee character, so it's a little bit harder for Darius to get his axe onto him.
And Trixlar in the top lane, still committing to this full damage build. Got a time mat now under his belt.
Yeah, sure does. We got our next dragon spawning now, our first Cloud Dragon Storm. As we can see, control over the river for the Gremlins right now. They would love to go up to Soul Point here.
There's no way Bloom walks in here, right?
Oh, the face check into the banana brush, but it is the Alistar. He can tank up for quite a while. But Kothral gets yeeted out of the fight by the Keeper's Verdict. Really nice there from Vidyarthi, and Panay finds 2 with the Cataclysm. Oh, the follow-up there from the Flag and Drag is amazing. The rocket over the top. Oh, the team fighting from the Gremlins is beautiful. The flash forward there from the Jinx helps secure that kill onto the Crocodile, and now Kothral able to get back underneath the tier 2. Gabriel finding a couple stuns over the wall there. Actually takes down the J4. I guess they weren't aware of the Veigar's position. But Gabriel able to get one back. That is the jungler, and Kothral is still alive. Can Bloom Gaming get their smite into the pit is the question.
What is Gabriel doing,
Hex flashing. He is Most
He's
likely
dying.
dying. Yep, he
Yeah.
is going to flash back over the wall. Oh, he's not dying. You spoke too soon. Storm as Cothrall is into the thick of things now. Takes down the Jinx, but will fall himself. And Gabriel is still not dying. He's still alive, in fact. And
Yeah.
now Shong has returned to the play that Yarthy chunked down low. The Poppy has to go back home to replenish that health bar. And it kind of worked out. Bloom Gaming, they stopped the dragon from going over as Gabriel almost died. I believe that was probably to a severing bolt. Almost finished him off, but will survive.
Yeah, Hui hunting for this Vigar, knows that
Ooh.
there's a dead Yordle if he can click on him, but instead just gonna take this reset, I hope. Renekton runs top lane with his symbiotic souls. Hopefully he's able to get this tier 1 tower, get a little bit of gold.
Now, Trixlar is going to have the teleport back relatively soon. This dragon is still alive, still available towards this bottom side.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and this is what should be happening, is what happened for the side of Conduit, is they were able to set up and get a pick ready, right? They had Chong walking into them. Unfortunately, what was the Alistair that they fully committed onto led his ult, but this is what we wanted to be seeing out of Bloom, right? That was what I was predicting was going to happen, that they were more organized and they would be to events first, but they tried walking into a dragon that was spawning in 4 seconds.
Yeah. So I'm not quite remembering, honestly, the lead up before that, if there's like a reason why Bloom were late. But once again, the Gremlins are the first ones into the river, but Trixlar has got a pretty nice flank angle there on the Renekton, popping the Dominus very early. As the other side of the fight has already been engaged, but Yarthy going to get burst down by the Vhagar ultimate. Panay going deep once again, but the follow-up is not quite there this time, although the Darius making a big impact. The first reset is going to come through as Cothrall is going to get taken down. So it does end up being a 2-for-1. The Conduit Gremlins win out in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the side of Bloom right now, there's got to be a clear call, and if Vigar is alive, we win. Just protect that guy, right? So I'm unsure why we were popping our Dominus and looking so aggressively early for these fights. We are maybe able to get a bit of a cheeky power here mid. No, just a huge chunk onto it. We do see that Atacon has been started.
This is an aggressive call. I'm not sure if Bloom Gaming have this information. Yeah, Jinx can take this really quickly. And yeah, with the flag as well from the Jarvan, giving that little bit of extra attack speed. You do got a teleport coming in, but it's going to be too late. So the Otacon going to be secured alongside Soul Point for the Gremlins. Gabriel does come over. You see if he can pick a flower or two, but the Gremlins are in a great spot now here in this first game.
Yeah, and this is kind of a doomer scenario if you're Bloom in some ways is the poke comp, right? Is the poke comp, you never want to be forced to come to any objective. You want your opponent to react to you and to be able to set things up. And there's a timer ticking. In 4 minutes, the enemy team gets Cloud Soul. And when Darius has Cloud Soul, he's a great team fighter.
True. Very true. Yeah, that mitigates his main weakness of being kited. So yeah, that is something that I think the side of Bloom Wisteria are going to need to deny. That soul does go over. It's going to feel pretty doomed from there. But yeah, I mean, it was a kind of a weird sequence. You know, that last fight is with the teleport in from Trixlar. It looked like that was going to be a good angle, but it was really decisive from the Gremlins. They just turned onto the 4 members. They fought away from the Renekton, and Trixlar wasn't really able to have an impact at all.
Yeah, and this is kind of this thing of you're playing a poke comp, you have somebody that has all the damage in the world. Your Varus is very close to his 2-item spike when his mana is able to transform. You need to set up something before the objective even spawns, right? You get a pick, you force a flash onto Hui or onto Jinx and are able to get something early. So I want to see Chong be able to work with Carthrall and get some sort of advantage before this dragon spawns. That way you know that when this dragon fight happens, you have a clear target.
All right. Let's see if they're going to be able to find that angle, get that early control over the area that they were sorely lacking in that last dragon fight. We do have actually a slight gold lead for Bloom at the moment. You know, taking a look at the gold between the players right now, it is a 1,500 gold advantage for Gabriel over there in the mid lane. Very, very sizable.
yeah, kind of the only real gold advantage in this game. Everyone else within just a couple hundred of each other, making no real item differences. But Zweigar has definitely been kind of the story of game one for Bloom here. They have started up this Baron dance, but I don't think Conduit will ever walk into this top side of the map. But Dorothy is flirting with it.
Thinking about it, yeah. I mean, you have to respect. It's not the quickest Baron for the side of Bloom. It's not the on-hit Varus either. It is the lethality version for Ren in this one. So they can't take it quickly, but you still can't. You don't want to be just giving over a Baron for free or anything like that. But Ace unanswered in the side lane right now. The Darius is going to be able to secure another turret and get that gold right back to even.
Yep. We do see that Vigar has completed his Zonias, and we'll have that open for
Big.
next fight. So if he gets engaged on again like that early, he will hopefully be able to mitigate that, have his team save him.
We've got 1 minute now, just over a minute on this next dragon. This is when we need to see Shang and Cathral get that control, right?
Yeah, this is the time. You need to be able to utilize this like poke from your Varus. Make sure that Jinx isn't able to walk into this fight at full health. I want to see this Vigar down here already. They're going to be able to claim this Scuttle, which is going to reveal all the vision.
Yep,
there is
nice.
the worry, though, right? The Jinx, that if you group up too much and over-focus on this Baron, the enemy team can just go straight over towards that Baron and melt it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a little bit of a difficult position for the side of Bloom. This is the price you pay for giving over those first 3 dragons, right? The macro decisions later on do become so much more difficult. But you ultimately have to deny the Cloud Soul, right? So committing most people towards the bottom side of the map is kind of the call you have to make. Some of this vision already getting cleared out, though, by the side of the Gremlins. Panay moving in aggressively. Finds the knock-up on a Trickstar, the charge into the wall as well. Renekton getting chunked down very low, not willing to pop the Dominus before the fight is really going to break out. Is going to go for the reset, has teleport to rejoin.
Yep, has that enhanced recall as well. Pops the TP immediately, heading.
Panay looking, finds Ren. They get the flash out from the Varus. The Chain of Corruption lands onto Jarvan. Strong with the follow-up CC, as Panay is going to get burst down. That lethality Varus does do so much damage. Now May getting jumped on. Did Cathral go too far forward? He has the invulnerability, but A's getting those passive stacks up. The flash away into the death for Cathral. Now the resets for A's. Look at this. Darius just taking heads in the team fight. Trixlar just walking around thinking, where'd my team go? Oh, they went into the death chamber. Trixlar's Gabriel's gonna flash away to deny the pentakill. But Ace on this Darius just completely took over.
Yeah, just unchecked, and that should lead into this Dragon Soul. I can't imagine Vigar's able to do anything about it. And with Jinx alive as well as this Darius, it's plenty of damage to just melt this thing.
That could just be the game right there. I mean, a massive win for the Gremlins in that fight. A quadra kill for Ace. They secure the Cloud Soul. And remember, they already have Otacon as well. So all of those buffs from all those dragons are going to be amplified even further. And they've got great scaling as well, right? With this Jinx and the Way. I mean, both of those carries are closing in on their 3rd item. It's looking a little bit cooked for the Blooms.
Yeah, I mean, you had a clear window of when you wanted to be playing the team as mid-game, and it's kind of blowing by you. So I imagine this should be a closeout here, but there is always that, thing of if somebody walks into a Vigar cage, they can get exploded, and with a 4v5, this game becomes a lot more even.
It is still a pick comp. That's very true, Storm. And they can always going to have that possibility. Trixlar tries to flash away, slices over the wall, has a blast cone as well as, Vidyarthi trying to flash forward there to get that done onto the Crocodile, but not able to find it thanks to the disengage cone, as Valdez would say.
Yep. And this Baron dance gets started up here now. Good to see that the Gremlins are doing all the right steps. They've established vision. They've put the pink down in the pit. They're now pushing forward their vision line, trying to deny as much as possible from Bloom, and they're going to be able to send Darius hopefully down towards the spot lane at some point and really start threatening things.
Yeah, obviously Ace, going for the Ghost and Flash in this one. Doesn't have Teleport, but still, it can force Bloom into some tough spots. As Trixlar in a really tough spot. There goes the Crocodile. As, he is just going to bleed out. As this aggressive build for Trixlar really has not really worked out. Oh, Gabriel. Oh, no, not the Veigar at 2. And he doesn't have Flash either. Shang heroically gets in there. The headbutt pull peels for Gabriel, and a lot of damage again from the Varus. Ren finding a lot of value there with the Chain of Corruption. Takes down Pinay. So the Gremlins not going to be able to turn that into anything.
Yeah, that's the best trade you could possibly ask for. That just saved Baron. If you had killed just about anybody else, that would have been lights out. Probably Baron getting taken, but with Jarvan dead, you're at least able to hold on. Hopefully Gabriel's able to rejoin this mid lane soon and is going to be able to back up Ren and Chong, be able to defend this mid lane tower and deny any sort of push, but you're just buying time. Elder Flip is always a powerful thing.
Definitely is, yeah. There's still a possibility for Bloom. The game isn't actually over just yet. They haven't given over the Baron. They still have their base, but it's so hard to play out these fights. They really do need to burst out these targets immediately to have any chance in a multi-man fight kind of situation. As the blue buff, it did go to the Darius.
Was able to secure it with that bleed. Chong trying his best to get vision and just dying for it. Just eating all of the sway poke.
Almost dying.
Yeah.
Quite dying.
Yeah. In the process.
He's in the process of dying. Aren't we all in the process of dying? Just,
Once you're
technically speaking.
26 is when your cells start officially dying, I think, is like the estimate.
Interesting. Well, let's not talk about that anymore. Back to the video game. Ace is in the side lane like you were hoping to see, right? Just putting on the pressure over here. They see Cothrall on this bottom side of the map.
On the Baron.
There it is. There's the Baron start. You see the jungler on the bottom side with Baron up. That's an easy start on this one. We do have the Renekton teleport. Yeah, comes out as well. And they're just going to be able to back off the objective. So really well played by the Gremlins. Very patient right now.
Yep. And now hopefully we're able to see Gabriel is going to be the one to match to try and make sure that they're able to save this inhibitor turret. But I worry. Darius has both Flash and Ghost and has built this MR that I don't think Veigar can officially stonewall him.
We'll have to see. It's Ace just now able to take that tier 2 in the bottom lane, and now a Baron start being considered once again by the Gremlins. They do have that control ward in the pit. As Shang just trying desperately to get this information. Does still have one control ward in inventory. And the Renekton, Trixlar.
Yeah,
We're in trouble
that's
here.
a dead crocodile. This is a pair of boots for somebody.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. The stun does not connect, but the steadfast presence does. And May gonna get blasted on that one. Number 5 for the Jinx. And it's 5v4 on the map now for the Gremlins, as they're looking for a play on the mid lane, as well as Ace is wrapped around on Ren, who flashes into the Raptor pit, but then gets jumped on by Pinay. The Cataclysm goes down. The rocket comes in. Did I say 5? I meant 6 for the Jinx, obviously.
Right. And that's going to be a pretty good timing window. Takes, 30 seconds-ish to clear off this Baron, and that should lead right into the spawn of this Elder Dragon. Get some priority on one of your lanes, go take that, and Bob's your uncle, an easy closeout to this series.
Yeah, the Gremlins have just looked much more coordinated in this one, I have to say. I mean, Bloom Gaming have found a couple of angles, but it feels like the only time they've really been able to find anything is like in response to what the Gremlins are doing. Like they've been able to find picks on the back ends of these fights. Okay, is it going to work out? Got 3 men here in the Death Brush. It's got to be Gabriel doing most of this damage. May is going to face check, and the Jinx gets stunned up by the Event Horizon, and Cothrall finds the shutdown. We've got Pinay now separated from the rest of the team. Vidyartha trying to get in there. Finds the knock-up onto the Nefiri. They still have GVG on this way, who has Death Cap done now. There's the Spiraling Despair. They get another kill onto the Crocodile. Now Gabriel's going to get his tiny little evil head cut clean off his shoulders. as Ace finds yet another one on this Darius. It's only Ren and Shang left to try to hold the line against this Baroned up CG roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right play by Bloom, but it was the right play a long time ago.
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm onto the flashless Varus, who just has nowhere to go, no chance at all of surviving there. The ace will be completed, and with it, the first game in tonight's match, Conduit Gremlins, a decisive win here in game number 1.
Yeah, just pretty much domination. Gabriel, on the side of Bloom, put up a valiant effort as his Vagar did fantastically, but the rest of their team was pretty scheme.
Yeah, it definitely felt a little bit tough to play out. You know, I do think it's probably safe to say, Storm, I think you'd agree that it felt like Bloom weren't really playing to the strengths of their composition, right? They weren't really playing out these sequences how we were hoping to see, you know, like this with this Vagar, with the lethality Varus. You can play those fights out really slowly, right? And try to catch people out of position. It felt like they were kind of forcing a lot of these plays when they didn't necessarily need to, particularly in the earlier portion of the game.
Yeah, I felt they were rushing things, right? That they were never in the timing windows. They never had their lanes pushed. It was just all of the things snowballing one after another that, you know, Renekton would be unable to get towards this Darius towards the fight. So Darius would be able to start moving to something early. And that would mean that Arthur and Nefari would have to come up and make sure that Renekton was okay, which would mean that Gabriel didn't have time to set up for his mid lane wave. And that would then mean that Chong was unable to get into position and Vigoraki was able to set up. And yeah, just every fight, it was Conduit being in the right place, having Bloom face check in as a full disengaged poke team, getting blown up, being able to trade kills in return thanks to the amazing burst that they had, and then just being unable to do anything with it. And every time Conduit didn't just get these kills, right? They also got the objective always, and were just able to take a really clean series. Or
Yeah,
started
I mean,
the series anyway. My mistake.
a really clean game. I think we knew what you were going for there, Storm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I love that you highlighted for us as well before we got into this first game the fact that the objectives seemed to be a little bit of a struggle for the Gremlins last week. And they were really on top of that in this first game tonight. Their play around objectives I thought was fantastic. But last order of business before we go into a quick break, Storm, is of course your game 1 POG. What do you think?
I mean, it's pretty hard looking at the scoreboard to not go, oh yeah, the Darius, they got a quadra kill. They probably should get the MVP vote. I think that's an easy answer to give. For the side, A's was really, really impactful that game. Drew attention, drew members. They would get my vote for the side of Conduit.
Yeah, I think it's pretty impossible to argue against that one. I do think Panay had a great job as well. Definitely played his role very well on the Jarvan. Had some great setup in a lot of those fights. But yes, I do think we have to give it to Ace on the Darius for that incredible performance in this first game. We are now going to get into that short break, guys. I will be right back to see if Bloom Gaming can bounce back and give us a series tonight.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Blue Otter Emerald Week number 4. We are here for Game 2 between Bloom Gaming Wisteria and the Conduit Gremlins. The Gremlins able to take a pretty clean win there in Game number 1. Storm, what kind of adaptations are you hoping to see from Bloom here in the second one?
So, Bloom obviously showed that maybe the poke comp isn't something that they've spent a lot of time playing. Maybe they identified it was, in theory, the way that they wanted to play into the Gremlins. I'm hoping that we're going to see a bit more of a traditional team fighting team here for the side of Wisteria. On blue side, generally is stronger because you're able to get some of those priority picks early. But we do see a lot of these kind of premier start the team fight early have been taken out with this. Wukong's been banned by themselves. The Gremlins going after Ornn and Maokai, some of the just really easy press R to start a fight buttons. There goes the Ash.
So a couple of things left open from the previous game. Amumu, Nocturne, and Aphelios are all available right now. They were banned in the first phase in game number 1. Things like the Vi available as well, if you are looking for that clean way to start a fight like you're talking about, Storm.
I'm really hesitant to see an Aphelios round 1, and we are going to go with the Amumu, kind of that jungle option of start the fight early. Provides more magic damage to a fight and more CC as something compared to the Sejuani, maybe a little bit of a faster clear, and as a result is a little bit squishier, very weak early to invades. Going to see what Gremlins decide to answer with, if they're going to go for something more aggressive to try and punish the Amumu, or they're just going to match the scaling.
Yeah. So we'll have to see here. It's interesting to me that Bloom Gaming would try to focus Panay's pool here with their bans. I do feel like he has plenty of stuff that he can look towards there for the Gremlins jungler. They're going to go for the Leona on the R1. And maybe just lock in an AD carry here as well if they want to put that priority on the Aphelios. There could be an option for it. It does feel like you were saying a little bit dangerous to take early into the draft, but let's see.
Yeah.
Lilia.
Yeah, kind of a classic answer into tank junglers, able to outpace them in all phases of the game, kind of get ahead of them, and if you ever meet them, you're able to burn them down. Lilia and Mumu a little less so, just because he has the actual CC to lock you down and you die. But this does kind of open what I was thinking. I was about to say that's not a Vi. Aphelios is now clear to launch. And that is going to get locked in.
All right, and now expecting probably a support pick here for Shang alongside the Aphelios into the Leona. What would you like to see?
Thresh, I think. I don't know if he's any good, but definitely some sort of peel, something that can stop this Leona from engaging onto you. Braum is always a great answer. But I know Chong hates that champion and said that he purposely hinted on it so that he wouldn't have to play it. Oh my god, he got...
Oh, Braum duty for Shang. Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah.
For sad chime noises.
Yeah.
Oh dear. But yeah, I mean, it is a great pick into the Leona, right? As one of her hardest counters there in the bottom lane. So it does make sense that we'd go for it. You need to protect your hyper carry Aphelios, right? Braum is very good at that. I was thinking we could even go towards like a Lulu or like a Morgana or something. Could have been maybe a little bit more fun for Chong, but yeah, the Braum's pretty good. Akshan, is that locked in? Oh my goodness.
That is Akshan locked in.
Holy.
Don't know why we picked that here. It is an AD mid laner to complement Lilia, diversifying your damage profile.
And it is comfort for GVG as well. Had 42 games on it last split with a 57% win rate. It was actually his most played. So there it is. There you have it.
Okay. I haven't seen anyone play that champion since I watched Zooey play it and then had it perma banned against us for an entire season. So I'm unsure of what his kind of build is, if he's still doing the weird on hit stuff or if it's more Infinity Edge related and scaling. But we are going after some some of these kind of top laners on the side of Gremlins that are just kind of safer blind picks, whereas Wisteria opening up with the Twitch ban, just kind of things to keep their AD carry safe.
Yeah, interesting that the Gremlins would actually drop their AD pick to the 4-5. Just, would the auction get banned in the second phase? No, it didn't. Yeah, just interesting to see that they would put that much priority on the auction pick. It's blind as well, obviously, as Bloom Gaming haven't locked in a mid laner just yet, so really interesting call there from the Gremlins. They are going to focus the top lane pool there with the Cassante and the Volibear getting banned away. So they're going to have that R5 counter pick now for the top lane. Very locked in at the AD carry position. There's so much damage on this Gremlins side already.
I don't know about Zeri right here. There's nothing to make her scale or do more damage. Kind of like we picked Ezreal Light.
Yeah, it's like you already had the Akshan, right? So it's like you already have your AD carry threat in the mid lane. Does mean that maybe you could have gone for more of like a utility pick alongside the Leona, and just like an Ashe or something was still available. Oh no, Ashe is banned. Never mind.
Yeah.
Maybe like a Jhin could have been good.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I kind of feel you there. It does kind of run that into the territory of you're picking Jhin into an Amumu and a Braum already, and they could have picked more tanks, but see this Jax locked in blind for Wisteria.
Yeah, very interesting.
Kind of throwing down the gauntlet, saying, you are going to play some sort of fighter, and I'm going to fight you better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, we were playing that very aggressive build on the Renekton last game for Trixlar, so maybe he does just really feel like he needs to have that pressure in the 1v1 up there on the top side. Maybe that's kind of the thought process behind the Jax, but we'll have to see what Ace decides to pull out this time around. Was able to get the counter pick opportunity last game on the blue side even. It was able to pick the Darius into the Renekton, and now it's going to have that opportunity to counter pick once again, and the Mundo, I think, is a pretty nice option. What do you think about that Mundo?
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where you can't really pressure as Jax enough into Mundo, and eventually you just win because Jax relies on beating people because he presses E and they can't hurt them, and Mundo can still hurt you by throwing cleavers, and he can just stay on top of you because he doesn't get like stunned.
True.
No real like consistent way to break the passive. Mundo's just kind of able to scale for free. It forces Jax to build Bork and be incredibly squishy. Otherwise, you get absolutely run over. But again, Mundo's kind of one of those champions that he is absolutely worthless for 5 levels, pretty much. Unless your opponent decides they really like cleavers or briefcases or whatever themed skin you are running on Mundo. There's never really any solid kill pressure up there for A's until it gets later on. Do want to point out that it is Syndra mid into Akshan. I have absolutely no idea how that matchup goes. I feel like Akshan is good into like mages. That kind of thing is you kind of kill them early, like you're able to bully them because you auto them as soon as they go up for CS. Like, I'm pretty sure this is an Akshan favored lane if I had to cast.
Yeah, I mean, he is just really strong early with the passive, right? He's incredibly strong in those first few levels. Maybe if it was old Syndra, where she was like that premier lane bully champion, this pick would make a little bit more sense to me, right? Where you're like trying to fight fire with fire a little bit, and if you can like keep your distance against the Akshan and not allow him to get in there for those auto attacks, then you're maybe feeling pretty good. But new Syndra with more of a lean towards the the mid game feels like a little bit of a dangerous pick into the Akshan.
This Lilia seems incredible. I'm just going to open up and say this. This Lilia pick seems absolutely homeless. Who the hell are you ever ganking? Your job is to power farm and just say, good luck, guys. Like,
that is true.
Mundo offers you nothing, right? Leona Zeri sounds like a lane that is going to be sitting under their tower and trying to annoy people to death. Akshan, I guess, has the ability to like damage if you're able to land CC, but like there's no CC between the two of you. Syndra just knocks somebody away with her E and just kind of lives.
Yeah.
So I like that for the side of Wisteria, maybe as a chance for them. They got the cool purple color scheme going on, I'm pretty sure.
They are very purple, yeah, and their team logo as well is obviously purple. So that's
Yeah.
that is pretty strong. That is pretty strong, very cohesive for the side of Bloom. I like that you mentioned that, definitely. But yeah, I mean the Lilia pick, it's interesting, right? So I definitely hear you, Storm, where it's like there's not really any great lanes to gank here as the Lilia. But at the same time, you don't really need to gank as Lilia. You know, you
Yeah.
just kind of want to like get to 6. You want to farm up. Honestly, if you just want to farm up and get to like your first couple of items as Lilia, and then you get really strong, like that could even be the angle. Maybe they're just going to be happy to like the Gremlins are just going to be happy to trade neutrals in the earlier portions of the game, and maybe not really go for any of those early fights this time around. I don't really know,
Yeah.
but
I'm just I'm worried about them killing Aphelios is my major thing. I don't think anyone on this team is really, really good at threatening him besides Leona.
yeah,
And that's not
yeah.
really enough because Mundo and Akon and Lily are just kind of forced to walk at you. And as long as Amumu is like playing peel duty instead of engage duty, I don't see how the Gremlins are able to get on top of Aphelios.
At the same time, though, if Amumu is on peel duty, then they don't really have any engaged. It really is kind of all about the Amumu for trying to start these fights for the side of Bloom. So,
Yeah.
you know, this is something that, you know, we talked about a lot in the previous game, right? With their previous draft for the side of Bloom, we really felt like it was a draft that they should be really patient with, right? And not necessarily try to force these fights super hard. Would you say that's kind of the case once again here? Do you feel like this draft, I mean, it's definitely, I think we can say they have more team fighting tools this time
Yeah,
around
for
for
sure.
Bloom. But in the sense of like how they want to play out the fights, do you feel like it's somewhat similar, or?
It's weird because like they still have like pick potential because they have Syndra plus and Mumu, right? Like that's CC set up into giant burst magic damage into death. So that is something that we can work into, but like yeah, it's much more
Yeah.
team fight orientated, but both teams are just wanting to be like really, really like sitting back and chilling, right? Like Akshan is gonna be invisible somewhere, right? You're never gonna be like able to engage onto that guy. Zeri is able to run over walls. If you're engaging on the Mundo, there's something wrong with your brain, just like something wrong with Mundo's. Like, so going to be interesting to see how patient these teams are, or if it's just going to be that case of see, go, kill.
We'll have to see. Overall, Storm, how you feeling about these drafts? You know, this is a pretty aggressive draft from the Gremlins. You know, they've got a lot of damage, a little bit less frontline, or a little bit less engage, I guess I should say this time.
Yeah.
Bloom Gaming, very purple. What are you thinking?
I find this one really hard because I feel like at this game, it's like early game should be all on the side of Conduit Gremlin. Mid game should be all Bloom, and like late game should also be like all Bloom. But at the same time, like if Bloom messes up at all, the onus and like the ability of the Conduit to punish those things is super, super high with the draft that they've taken.
Yeah.
So if Bloom plays like they did in game one, Conduit got this game easy. If Bloom plays together, is patient, and plays for their carries, I think they take this one. So I'm pretty much undecided, but I'm going to give it to Conduit. Bloom played all that well.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I feel like with this draft, that's probably the read of the Gremlins as well, right? It's like they're kind of looking to style on Bloom. I think with this game 2 draft, they've got a lot of comfort picks. You know, Panay on a carry is always really fun to see. GVG on his comfort Akshan. They're going to be looking for the 2-0. Bloom Gaming on the other side. They've got a lot of team fighting tools this time. See if they can set up their Aphelios and their Syndra for success in this one. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with game number 2. And we're actually straight into game number 2, guys. Welcome back onto the Rift. We've got Bloom Wisteria on the blue side, of course, this time around, and they're grouped up as 5 here Storm moving into the bottom lane.
Yep. The level 1 on for their side is much better because I don't know if you could have drafted 5 worse champions if you had something like Yumi, I guess, instead of Leona. But those are 5 pretty awful level 1 champions on the side of Good there.
Well, thankfully Vidyarthi was paying attention and was able to back away. Saw the 5-man move coming in from Bloom, put down the ward. The ward did end up getting cleared out, so that is the first CS of the game for Renza Felios. Potentially pretty big there.
Unfortunately, they no longer give XP or any of those things, so it's not any sort of advantage early.
Hey, 5 gold.
Yep.
I
do want to point out Mundo going the absolute greed build and has started a Ruby Crystal. Aze says,
Wow.
I do not respect you whatsoever, Trixlar.
Ooh. Alrighty. Yeah, has the Ghost as well. Teleport Ghost this time around for Ace. No flash. We have both of our junglers are starting up on the top side of the map. We do have a Wrap the Ward did go down for the side of the Gremlins. Bloom Gaming not able to get one of their own. They obviously had all those members committed towards the bottom half of the map. So they are not necessarily going to know which direction Pinay is pathing. But the Lilia, as we mentioned in our draft discussion, not necessarily a fantastic early ganker, so they're probably not all that worried about it.
Yep. Interesting to see. I'm pretty sure Pinay has done the Raptors into taking their Krugs and then taking red buff just to cycle their camps even faster, as the smaller camps do respawn so much quicker.
Good call out there, Storm. And we did just see Trixlar did get a ward down onto the Krug, so now that information has been given over to Bloom.
Yep. So they should be able to safely crash this wave and then have their wave bouncing back to them and knowing that they're safe. Instead, they're just going to go place a ward just to make sure that they know exactly where this Lilia is and how fast she is on her clear. See if they're maybe able to match this Amumu and able to get a scuttle early.
Ooh. Shang is looking for a cheeky steal here onto the blue buff. Is he going to get it? He does! Steals away the blue buff. Is he going to pay for that one, though, is the question. He's going to get ignited by Vidyarthi. Can Shang get back over to his jungler? He's just going to die. He's just going to die. They're going to give the kill over to Mei. And now, oh no, Kothral's in trouble as well. The extra damage is so much early. He flashes, but he's able to attack the flash away. And the Amumu will barely survive. Scatter going to connect onto 2 there from Gabriel. It was pretty nice, but obviously Kothral's not going to be able to follow up on that one with like 50 HP.
Yeah. Wow. That was, I respect the play by Chime.
He got the blue buff.
He got the blue buff. Probably should have.
Now Mei has a blue buff.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
Maybe let somebody know.
Yeah. If Kothral was there as well, much better play, right?
Or Ren was able to maybe have the wave stacked and went, I'll come up with you.
Yeah. Would have been good as well. Yeah, a little bit of solo mission there for Chong Sol Mo. And didn't really work out that well, unfortunately.
Yeah, we do see this Lilia has even killed their Krugs before their first reset. They're going to have a bit more extra gold in their pocket.
Oh, there's a solo kill in the mid lane. Oh, we kind of missed the lead up to that one, but Kothral out of the base. We're going to get a replay of it, I guess, is what this is. The GVG, just no vision in the bush. The scatter lands for the setup. Easy follow-up there from the Amumu. Good stuff.
Yeah, clean. Assuming that the enemy jungler is just going to go for this, punished for it. See, both top laners have traded their teleports after their first reset here, just getting back to the lane. Kothral could look for something onto this Mundo, but probably is just going to start cycling his camps. The Lilia is kind of ahead of him at this point, taking that time to get a kill. Ren able to get some nice damage down. stun does connect. But
Oh, Vidyarthi gonna go in with the Zenith Blade. Trong Somo puts up the Unbreakable. And both supports gonna get shrunk down to about half. May taking a good amount of damage now from the purple-white combo of Aphelios. Now he's got blue-white. That is gonna be a dead Leona. A Ren on the board with his first now, and Bloom Gaming have taken the lead.
yeah, this is kind of one of those things that, like, Aphelios, when he has his gun combos and everything, is, like, super ridiculously strong, right? Was able to cycle, get that white gun. Vidyarthi went back in. Tempo was stacked.
Okay, here comes GVG. Trong Somo puts up the Unbreakable once again. Is able to jump back towards the Aphelios. Concussive Blow's gonna get proc now on the Akshan. GVG is gonna take a good chunk of damage there, and Ren and Chong are just not too bothered at all. They just shrug that gank off, no problem.
Yeah, Ren showing they are really, really good at this pick, that they understand the gun combos and strong. This is kind of the weird Aphelios thing of, yes, I'm actually strong early if people just walk into me and engage when I want to fight me on my terms. Is going to be a Mumu getting these grubs top lane as well, which is great for their Jacks. Have to see if Lilia is able to get anything early, if they're able to get down towards this dragon and take it to stop kind of that snowball, or if they're just going to keep power farm. Are currently even behind in CS as well.
Yeah. Been a pretty solid early game for Bloom so far. You know, they did, the side of the Gremlins, I believe, did ban away the Aphelios in game number 1.
Yeah.
So I think they knew there was a calculated risk to leave it open this time around. They banned away the Ashe instead. And Ren definitely off to a pretty good start, sitting on the call as well. So an early cleanse. Vidyarthi has gone in again here. As the Leona's going to try to flash away to get out of this one. The exhaust comes down. The red and white guns. That's going to be Ren flashing forward. Gets his second kill. Right as we were talking about it, this Aphelios is really off to the races now.
Yeah, just Vidyarthi not being on the same page there whatsoever. May was not level 6, wasn't ready to engage. And, you know, your Lilia was coming out of base. Like, there's no way that ever works out, especially with the cleanse up.
Yeah, feels like the Vidyarthi is just not respecting the Braum. It's like, you should know, just going in like that. That you're gonna get stunned up, like, you know, Aphelios. Oh, as Dragon did go over, but now Cathral's in trouble. Bandage toss over to GVG, and the scatter is beautiful from Gabriel to exfiltrate the jungler. Really nice there from Bloom. They've gotten both early objectives now. They're looking much better here in this second game.
Yeah.
Scatter on to GVG. As Braum is here as well, Trong Somo finds the stun. Gabriel still has the unleashed power ready to go if he can get close enough. GVG knows that, backs away. This is just going to get entirely blocked by the minion wave.
CSing ultimate reaction, ultimate special.
Oh. Okay, Vidyarthi is here this time. Make sure GVG can get out. As the top lane is kind of the one place where things have not been going wrong for the Gremlins just yet. Ace doing just fine up there for now.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those matchups that once you get to a level 9 on Mundo, it starts coming really in your favor. Once your Q is on a really low cooldown, you can start spamming it more, and it does more and more of that max percent health damage. Do see that Jax is building towards Trinity Force this game instead of going for that more orc style like he would have last game.
Oh, Ace is going to pop the maximum dosage now as he does get jumped on by Trixlar, who also popped his own ultimate. But both top laners just going to walk away from that one.
Yep, and Mundo kind of wins out on that trade because he does generally regen a little lane.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a CS advantage, actually, for Ace as well right now. Top side up a couple waves. Yeah, about 300 gold lead right now for the Mundo.
Yeah. Do you see just both junglers just full power clearing? 2 minutes until this next dragon is spawns. A couple minutes, I believe, on these grubs spawning as well.
Gonna be under 1. That's when it's the gray hourglass like that. That means it's when the gray hourglass appears. That is exactly 1 minute away on the spawn. less
I'm
than
not
1
gonna
minute.
lie. I am a utilizer of the jungle timers because they are built into the Chinese client. So why did you?
Ah. Interesting, yes. Trixlar is going to flash, and then it's going to be very sleepy. Did not watch out for that Eep. It's hard to do that while you're asleep, as jumps over to the ward now, but this Jax it's just, he was too far up the
Clanged.
lane. Nowhere to go. Does indeed get clanged. Well said, Storm. And that is going to be the second kill of the game for the Gremlins.
Yep, and the first Hearthsteel stack of the game for Mundo is able to finish it off.
All right, bandage toss onto GVG, a scatter as well, and then Akshan just gets obliterated. As the side of the Gremlins, they had the top prio, obviously, but they didn't necessarily have that mid control, as the first grub gonna get smote away by the Lilia, actually. And that means the second one does get taken by Kothral. Oh, Bloom Gaming gonna be able to go up to 4 grubs. Good for them.
Yeah, interestingly enough, neither jungler commits for the last one. Just gonna leave it.
Yeah. I mean, once the first couple get traded, then the last one really has almost no value, right? Because, you know, it's not going to matter for getting to that 4 grub point, and it's not going to give you any credit towards feats of strength either. So it's really just, you know, it's
Does
marginal
Fortify
amount of...
not do anything?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't do
Ah.
anything at all, unfortunately. I mean, it gives you like a slightly more damage to the turrets with the buff, but like,
Yeah.
it's
I thought
very
it spawned,
marginal.
but I thought it spawned more Void Knights or something.
That's if you get 6.
6,
So you get
yeah.
to 4 grubs, you get the 1 Void Might spawn.
Okay.
If you get all 6, then you get 2. But 5, yeah. It used to work. It used to be 5 for the 1 and 6 for the 2.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
not anymore. As May gets jumped on by the bandage toss, does have to flash away from the Amumu. He connects the second one as well, though. May going down so low, but there's nobody that can dive that far forward with Kothral. It's a trade as Vidyarthi gets taken down as well. Chong now trying to flash away, but the Swirl Seed connects for the slow, and GVG gets the kill. Slingshotting on top of the Aphelios now. He has red, but it's purple instead of white. Flashes away. Oh, Gabriel flashes in, finds 2 with the scatter. GVG not going to be able to get anything else done here. Oh, gets a little bit of a shield, actually, and Panay flashes back in. Oh, Panay and GVG back to back in the 2v2. They come out on top.
Just playing on the razor's edge, but I said it before. Why just play for our carries? Why are we diving so deep as Carthral? Just make sure Aphelios can click on these people and they're gonna die. You don't need to kill them. You don't need to kill Zeri at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, just
Yeah.
disaster for the side of Bloom, and GVG playing it, showing off that expertise on auction, knowing when their passive shield is coming up from getting those 2 auto hits.
That was key. Yeah.
Yeah.
May is going to get stunned, but Shang is once again on a solo mission right now, and now he's going to get stunned up by Vidyarthi. Now Ren is going to be able to move over, but his Braum is already chunked down to about 50%, has no cooldowns, and now the Aphelios is going to get put to sleep. He has, oh, he did have the cleanse, was able to use it there. Oh, the speed connects onto the Braum. Oh, Shang
Able to
Sumo, you
pick
had
up
such
the
a great
spare.
start to this game, and now it's all fallen apart, and now Ren has no cleanse. Vidyarthi gets on top of him with the stun, and May pops the ultimate just for good measure. Oh, it was going so well for Bloomstorm. What happened?
Yeah, this is the point where we start hearing incoherent screeching if I am a top laner. See my team playing like this. It's like, guys, just let us play in peace. You see these trades
Oh,
happening.
my
Mundo
goodness.
just winning out on them, able to use these really short trades. This is kind of one of those reasons why you need Fork as Jax. If you go through these short trades, you're able to get that damage off.
That's
GVG
first
even able
brick.
to swing in.
First brick in the bot lane for May. And the second dragon did get taken, of course, by the Gremlins as well, after they won out on that last fight. They are up now, a couple thousand golds. It was looking, again, really dire for them in the early game, but it definitely feels like they've taken control at this point.
Yep. Get a clang.
Oh, clanged again. Ooh. Trixlar does have teleport, and it is a cannon wave, so gonna be able to make it back here, but yeah, Jax is definitely starting to struggle a little bit in that 1v1.
And we see these symbiotic souls after the first item bought
Wow,
yet again.
again. Just really high value that Trickstar places on those boots.
Yeah, I mean, they have been nerfed pretty much repeatedly since their inception, so I guess I can see why, but don't think this is the correct place to be building them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical myself. Let's see if Trickstar is going to be okay here. He's playing this very patiently. He's
Yeah.
allowing the minion wave to come in. So he's
Able to
not
try
going
and
to
bait this
overextend.
Heartsteel Prong.
Ace does get the clang. And now the
Yep.
Jax pops the ultimate, though. The Ace with the maximum dosage in response. And Trickstar is going to get stunned up by the Shield of Daybreak. And now Ace with the health regen running is able to take up that. It's actually Vidyarthi taking the turret. Is just barely going to be able to survive that one. As now Panay barely got under the turret range. The Curse of the Sad Mummy. It will be enough damage from the Amumu with that Leandri's first. Cathral able to take down the deer. But Ace and Vidyarthi both going to be able to walk out here. The Mundo does pop the Ghost there as well. And Bloom will take the Herald in the aftermath.
Yeah, so they are able to get something with this kill. It's good to see that they are able to get something with this, as they are going to be losing things for this. Their mid tower is under fire.
Oh,
Top lane
look at
is
this
down.
collapse onto the AD carries. Gabriel finds another scatter over the wall into GVG, gets taken down. Shongan getting the last hit on that one, but now the Glacial Fisher connects onto the Zeri, and that is going to be some shutdown gold over to Ren's Aphelios. Nice collapse there from Bloom, and the Gremlins overstepping a little bit.
Yeah, and we have Herald to, I guess, get some damage on the second tier tower, as I'm pretty sure they kill this one before it even charges.
Yeah, really
That's
nice
cool
there.
looking.
Yeah, it was. As Cathral like hopped into the Herald right as it finished its initial charge. They do get a lot of damage onto that tier 2 turret, but they're not able to actually finish it off.
Yeah.
As it looks like Bloom at some point did actually go back and claim that 5th grub. I'm sure you'll be happy to note
Yep.
that, Storm.
Oh, for sure. It just makes me happy. None of them deserve to live and
It's,
Edit and Eddie are menaces on the rift. I support their extinction.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so definitely Bloom Gaming not going to be tolerating those grub shenanigans. And they are able to get some good value there. With that last play in the mid lane, got that little bit of extra damage onto the tier 2. And on the flip side, the Gremlins, you know, we saw the double AD carries, the Mei and the Akshan, trying to wail away on that tier 1 turret, but they weren't really able to make that much of a dent in it. I mean, it's still got half of its health bar, that tier 1 turret for Bloom. A lot of control now over this middle part of the map for Bloom with the next dragon spawning in about 40 seconds, Storm. GBG in a 1v1 against Trixlar. The Akshan is going to be forced to flash to get away. And the comeuppance not really doing that much.
A very impactful ultimate is Action Ultimate.
Yeah.
But this is kind of...
Someone face check. Cathral going to get jumped on by the Zenith Blade. Vidyarthi kind of whiffing the Solar Flare there. Decided Bloom will back away for now. Still river control for the Gremlins.
Yeah, just need to get some time for those side lanes to be able to push out. They decide that they are going to bring Jax over to this fight, or just match Mundo, at the very least.
There's the mid push for Bloom. So this is pretty textbook stuff. They get that mid wave
Yeah.
shoved out, then they move into the river, clear
And
out
they're
this
not
vision.
being very patient. They have started the dragon.
They have. That's going to be a double
that's a
sleep comes
beast.
out. I think that's both carries, but the follow-up
Yeah.
is not quite there, and Vidyarthi trying to hard force this through a Braum. Panay now flashes in, does get a little bit of damage out, but it was too aggressive. It was the Gremlins who ended up
Ren's
being the
just
ones to
going nuts.
overforce. Cathral is going quite low. Trixlar, though, jumps in. They take down the Mundo. Mei trying to flash away, but it's only the 80 carries left now for the Gremlins. GVG not getting away, and the counter-strike. Somebody get out the copy pasta in the Twitch chat as Trixlar takes down the last Gremlin. It's a clean ace for Bloom Gaming. They're going to get the dragon and a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this should be like all of the bot side cleared, which should put Lilia behind. Maybe this blue should be able to take these crafters or something. Or I guess we can go for this top lane power if we're Trixlar. That's going to be a dragon. And that's just kind of the thing of Aphelios got to game in that fight. That it was an overforce, and Aphelios got to free hit and didn't have any threat on. Knelt was great to see. I think Trixlar might have overstayed here. Is able to just jump away with that leap strike and is going to be able to reset with those symbiotic souls.
Yeah. As you were worried that it was going to be Bloom Gaming that were pushing the pace of that fight a little bit too much, but then it was the Gremlins who just went way too aggressive there. You know, obviously Panay wanted to look for the play because he got the sleep on the 2 carries, but Strong Solo was in the perfect position to deny that as GVG almost just dying to the Syndra ultimate straight up. Is barely going to be able to get away. Has his that wave clear ultimate going to come through once again here.
Oh, really showcasing the strength of Aphelios.
Oh, sneaky? Not that sneaky.
No. Do want to point out here that it is Amumu building an AP item. Now his tank spotted Thornmail for himself. The full penetration build for Syndra. So one more kind of big ticket AP item, and that will be the strongest point of the match for Gabriel.
GBG?
Here. That was quite a big swing.
It was a very heroic swing, yes.
Yeah. Akshan mad because somebody touched him. Gonna shoot some G-ball to way away.
Yeah, Akshan is definitely the most petty neutral objective in the game.
Yeah.
For sure, right? I mean, Baron is kind of petty, but Akshan is just like extremely vindictive. You even bother him a little bit, he'll chase you across the entire map.
Oh, Jesus, this is gonna go badly for the side of Trixlar.
Yeah, no, he's not having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think we're at the point, at this point, Storm, where Ace should just be playing for the side lane and not grouping for team as Cathral gets face checked by GVG? As what is the Amumu doing over here exactly? He does find a bandage toss and an ultimate onto 2. But where is the follow-up here, Carthral? He almost actually takes down the Akshan, but not quite. That scatter not going to land for Gabriel. As, yeah, I mean, clearly the idea for the Amumu is he wants to have control over that area for when the turret goes down, but, like, you just need to be playing more with your team. It was just too far forward. As Ace does get stunned up by the counter-strike. Yeah, there is the, long time there, did Ace go for the dosage, as there is the unleashed power. As I guess Panay walked into a scatter there is most likely what happened.
Nope. Face checking a brush after they try and clear it, and they're waiting on the other side of it.
It's actually the Aphelios route that set that one up. Yeah.
Ren again showing their kind of mastery of this champion, really playing to the gun combos that they have, and knowing, yeah, I'm playing a pick champion for the next, minute and a half.
Exactly. As both junglers sort of taking turns with the overextensions there. As Panay, yeah, you can't really be the one to face check on this Lilia, but that's kind of the problem with this Gremlins composition, right? Is they don't really have anybody who can. As Vidyarthi is going to try to face check and then gets a bunch of balls thrown in his face.
May just went in with
another kill. Oh yeah, May is dead as well. That's going to be the concussive blow stacked up. That's a double kill over to Gabriel. And the Gremlins are really starting to fall apart in this one. I mean, even Ace is starting to lose out here in the 1v1. I mean, he's popping the ghost. He's trying to get away. He picks up the passive, but Trixlar has such a massive health lead, and the Mundo doesn't have ultimate. Ace is just going to go down here. Another bonk from the lamppost, and Trixlar finds the solo kill while the rest of the team is taking Otacon.
Yeah, able to utilize those of the symbiotic souls, and is now starting to build some of these health stacking items to get themselves back into it. We see the Sundered Sky coming in, and a Bork now being fought, I would imagine, with that recurve bow.
You're really just waiting for that Bork on the Jax, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the only way you can fight Mundo.
I beg to differ.
As a Mundo OTP.
What did we just see, Storm? I mean, it may be contrary to your expectations, but Trixlar's going to be doing just fine without his Bork. Let's see now about this next dragon. We've got, it's going to be soul point for Bloom if they can get it. They've got control over the area for now. GVG going to swing in and then loses most of his health. That wasn't really great for the action.
Red, white equals don't fight. It seems it's a lesson GVG needs to learn.
Yeah. We don't have teleport either, so this is probably just going to be dragon given over.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Bloom Gaming are playing very disciplined right now. Mostly.
Yeah. Just need Carthrall to be with the rest of his team and clearly coordinate when he is going in and massive ults, and hopefully they will be able to follow up on get big scatter the weak combos or something along those lines.
Yeah, interesting that we've had back-to-back Cloud Souls now in both of these games. Gabriel Ace is going to try to do something here.
Cleaver.
Yeah. I guess it's this is just base Mundo, right? No skin at all.
Yep. No skin at all. Ugly.
It is actually yeah, he has so many good ones.
Yeah. He has the best skin in the game as voted by the community per month.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is actually, if you recall, I'm not sure why, but they actually changed from cleavers to bone saws a little while ago.
Yeah.
Not really sure why. Should we just call it cleaver still?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is the skin no longer called infected. Did they change it to infected bone saw?
Yeah, the name of the ability is infected bone saw now. But yeah, it's not really clear why they made that change, but. One of those things.
Oh, is this like with the Gragas is no longer drunken thing?
Yeah, I mean, that explanation, I don't like that explanation, but it makes it, oh my goodness, Ren is one-shotting this Baron.
Yeah, that's a 3-item Aphelios. That means he just gets to do this, I guess.
That thing died, I think, in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
He actually just one-shot it. As Gabriel's in a whole bunch of trouble, though. Tries to flash to rejoin with the rest of the team. Lysindra is surviving for now. Kothral on the front lines. Flashes in, finds the 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. And Trickstar is completely zoning out this Akshan on the other side of the fight. Panay tries to flash away to stay alive. Burning down. The Lilia will just barely be able to prance away. The Akshan and the Mundo not going to be so lucky. And Bloom Gaming, they're looking to put the finishing touches on this first game. Pushing straight down the mid lane.
They're going to get at least 2 inhibitors here if they don't off this push.
Now Panay does have the ultimate. Maybe he can find a heroic sleep angle to save at least one of these inhibitors. The mid one for sure is going to go down. We've already got Trickstar ushering in this top wave as well, as you mention it. It's not quite the members you want as Panay. It looks like the second inhibitor is going to go down as well. Bloom Gaming now with a massive lead. They're up 9,000 gold on Soul Point as well. They are in complete control.
I think Panay's going to have to look for something here.
Strong is going to sacrifice himself.
Gabriel able to get out.
Another Swirl Seed. Oh, it's going to connect onto the Aphelios this time. Ren does have the cleanse. Really nice Captain Jack there from the Aphelios, but Vidyarthi gets on top of Gabriel, but the Panay has already been taken down, and look at this Aphelios just shredding through everybody.
Oh, look at the Action.
It didn't do anything. It did nothing at all. GVG. Oh, they know that he wants to look for this. The bandage toss lands from Kothral. The Curse of the Sad Mummy as well. And there is the follow-up. Ren able to get in there, help take down the enemy mid. Now it is a 3v1 on the map. Trickstar has his sights set on this last inhibitor. 15 seconds still on a couple of these members, but the Jack's just going to back off for now.
Yeah, I mean, a minute till this dragon comes up. Aphelios, I'm sure, needs this gold. Incredibly important as an AD carry. It is not them just reading for an item.
Yeah, clearly he doesn't have enough damage just yet on this Aphelios, so we need a little bit more farm for Ren, definitely. What a game from this guy on that pick. As anybody watching this, I think that Aphelios ban, I think, is going to have to be locked in for the rest of the season, probably.
Yeah, you might want to pick that one away or just leave that one off the table. He seems pretty good at it. He looks like a different player.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Ren necessarily played like badly in game number 1. You know, was on the Varus, or was on the lethality Varus, or it's kind of hard to look good. But I felt like did have a hand in getting some of those picks for Bloom in the previous game. But they're looking for their third inhibitor now in this one. That's a nice scatter from Gabriel, but a nice Zhonya's from Panay to immune the unleashed power. And the Lilia is, it looks like, going to survive for now. The inhibitor turret, though, will not. As Panay now going to have to go back to the fountain and replenish that health bar. Can the Gremlins keep their last inhibitor alive? Aphelios is just soloing the Cloud Soul right now. So that is just going to go over. And I mean, honestly, this game is feeling pretty over already, but if the third inhibitor goes down, it's definitely over.
Yeah, it's just we just need to wait 5 seconds. Just let Aphelios fuck his little legs over. All right, now we can go in. Press the buttons. Do whatever.
All right. Time for some button pressing. There's Cothrall presses the first button, but holding off on the second one for now as A's just getting shredded by that Aphelios. There are the buttons. Now they're all getting pressed as the Moon and the Lily already been taken down. GVG, one more wave clear ultimate. It's actually just going to go into a Jax. And now the Jax, not taking kindly to being tickled, is going to get his revenge on the Aphelios. Moonlight Vigil over the top as the Zeri explodes. And the Nexus will immediately afterwards. Bloom Gaming a massive bounce back here in game number 2.
Yeah. As far as that whole MVP vote, where does it go? Who would it be? It's Ren. They destroyed people on that Aphelios. That was disgusting. They turned that game around immensely. Gabriel Leo also on Syndra. Shout out. They played really well.
Definitely.
Trixar on this Jax matchup played it out. I think their build was strange. I think A's build was not correct, but that's for a different time.
We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I guess that'll be in the content next week, guys. Look forward to that.
Exactly.
But,
There's going to be a scathing remarks on that. Don't you worry.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know if there's too much to say about this second one. It was Bloom Gaming, you know, correcting a lot of those mistakes they made in the previous game. For the most part, they were much more together in this one. They played around the objectives well, and yeah, both of the carries had amazing performances here on the Syndra and the Aphelios, respectively. And Shang, unfortunately, my friend, unfortunately, the Braum looked pretty good as well. So I think there may be some more Braum games in your future.
I don't know. There was definitely some times where it was I'm going in. Like we're trying to keep that one, I think, out, Sean. There was some interesting decisions.
There was the early play towards the blue buff. Is that what you're referencing?
And
that was a bit weird.
And
but that wasn't
the
about
going into Zeri and getting your Aphelios killed and dived under the tower.
Oh,
also
that's
all
true.
out Chong.
Yeah, that's true. I do remember that as well. Yeah, that whole sequence around the bot lane tier 1.
Yeah,
it was a little bit unfortunate. But overall, I mean, Bloom Gaming, they may have been a couple of hiccups at various points in this one, but it was a pretty clean win from them. I mean, 28-13. They got all their dragons. They got their Baron, which was like almost on spawn. I think that Baron take maybe at like 28 minutes-ish, but like pretty freaking fast. Anything else to touch on, Storm, before we go to a break?
I hope there is a character that Ren plays as well as Aphelios, and we get to see it in Game 3, and we get to see May unlocked and get to play the game as well.
We'll find out in just a bit, guys. Don't go anywhere. Our third and final game of the night hitting you right after this.
The night with flames and cinder.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get underway with our third and final champion select of the night. Another 3-gamer here, Storm. We wouldn't have it any other way. It is now the Gremlins' turn to bounce back. They're back on the blue side here. What do we need to see from them?
Yeah, interesting to see what I think Wisteria gonna be trying to take some of that late game, get those side lane counter picks. So for Gremlins, it's all about what can you get early on with this first pick. Is there going to be anything, really high prio? Is there going to be a jungler that you really want that sets up your team, like the Wukong maybe, giving you that really heavy skirmish power? Is it one of these powerful utility ADCs like Ashe that you can kind of build your team around, giving you the ability to scout? That's really what I'm concerned with what Gremlins are able to get going with it. We still have a lot of power picks left in the game. Most of these kind of premier tank junglers are still around. Sejuani is available. The Gwen has been available every game. I don't think she's been picked or banned so far, which is crazy to me.
Yeah. Super strong
So-
still. Gwen.
That's kind of my thought, is who's going to be able to build a comp. That be my thing. Maokai has been pretty powerful and is open currently.
Yeah, was banned by the Gremlins in both of the previous games. They're going to be looking to take that Maokai on the B1. You'd have to imagine if Bloom Gaming
Yes.
don't take it away here. But if the
Especially
Maokai does
with
get
Bard
banned,
right?
yeah, okay, so they're going to ban the Wukong instead. Misfortune? What? What?
Brom's
Misfortune?
out.
B1? I guess. But there's still plenty of things you could play into Misfortune. I mean, you just need anything that can
Brom and
CC her
Leona's
while
gone?
she's channeling. Yeah, okay. Alistar
So-
is too.
It's like Nami's kind of the best answer that's left, I think. Yeah, but now you
Well,
give Maokai and
that's the big thing, I think. Yeah. As I'm sure they would have loved the Nature's Grasp Bullet Time combo. I feel like
Yeah.
they should have taken the Maokai first, though. Let's see what Bloom Gaming can pair up with it. They're going to go for the Tristana. So possibly trying to match the laning power of the Misfortune.
yeah, for sure. Tristano, again, one of those weird 80 carries similar to Caitlyn. Incredibly strong early game, incredibly strong late game. Absolutely kind of falls off of, has that big dip in the mid game, so to speak. Power trough. Whereas Misfortune very much kind of loaded towards early and mid game. It's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see this Maokai kept more towards his flex route. Xin Zhao locked in. That's another kind of premier jungler that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. The Xinjiao was banned by Bloom Gaming last draft on the blue side. That's going to get picked up now by the Gremlins for Pinay, another more carry-oriented jungle option. So that'll be very exciting. Probably a support pick here alongside the Misfortune. You were talking earlier, a lot of these tankier support picks are no longer on the table, but the Rel, probably the best option still available. Love that
Yeah.
pick for the Gremlins.
Yep, definitely saying if you want to fight early, we're going to fight you better early, more or less. That Rel has incredible CC chain setups. Is just really good with Misfortune, kind of able to drag enemies into your ultimate, keep them there for you.
And probably a support pick here for Bloom as well. Oh, the Kazakhs! Wow,
so-
that is exciting.
Yeah, that's a
Is,
champion I've not seen in a long time. So I guess we've locked Maokai now. I guess I think he is absolutely worthless as a top laner. So that's
Yeah.
support Maokai almost for sure.
Probably, yeah. I would have to expect that as well, yeah. But the Kazakhs is so interesting. I mean, it is a known counter into the Xin Zhao, but it's a little bit weird. Xin Zhao is obviously still very strong early. You can win early as Kazakhs if you do get the jump on it, but it's actually a pretty contentious matchup in the early game. Really,
Yeah.
the Kazakhs' big strength is later on. If you can find the Kazakh or the Xinjiao isolated, rather.
Okay, I would just
that's-
like to say, as Conduit grows, the enemy team has Maokai and Ban Silas.
Oh,
Are
Yeah, that
we
is a bit weird.
blocking Malphite or something?
hmm. Interesting. Well, Set has
Yeah.
been banned away by Bloom Gaming. So they're trying to get themselves. I wonder if they're planning to
Okay.
hold the R5 counter pick for mid, and they're
Yeah.
going to blind something for top here on the R4. I mean, the side of the side of why am I totally blanking right
Bloom?
now? Is Bloom's top laner, whose
Yeah.
name is of course Trixlar,
Yeah.
has blind picked both of the previous games, right? So seeing that come through again here wouldn't be too surprising.
Right. That Malphite ban that I talked about, thinking that it might be that, was done. All right. Round 2 bans. Who needs them? Yumi ban.
Yeah, not sure what that Yumi ban is about. A little bit weird. Maybe the Gremlins thinking that the Maokai could actually be flexed into the top lane, and that might Bloom Gaming might actually hold that till the last pick and pick something for mid here, but that's not what I'm expecting. Let's see what
Yeah.
Bloom decide to go for. Okay.
Good old Cassante.
Mhm.
This is a team with a front line and an 80 carry for sure.
True.
Yeah. Are we going to see the classic round 5 Azir to count to round this team out?
Yeah, that would be a pretty kind of like almost an LCK draft at that point.
Yeah.
Minus
this weird bug thing, but
yeah, I mean, there's somebody who pulls it out from time to time. Is it Canyon that plays it once in a while? Probably. I think it is. But Yone gonna get locked in for the Gremlins. They're very heavy physical damage right now into a couple of tanks.
Yeah, especially the tank of Cassante, who wants to build Frozen Gauntlet, and his preferred win rate build path is building 2 armor vests early. Don't necessarily love that pick. Gwen was open. Generally pretty good into Cassante. Would have loved to have seen that instead. Vladimir going to be the blind mid laner.
So, I mean, I'm predicting the Vladimir top, personally. I think it's probably going to be Vladimir top who gets the free lane into Cassante. That would make sense to me.
Yes. Yone's like Yone's a counter pick into Cassante, right? Like, you can beat him up early. You can stat check him because of lethal tempo. That rune has been brought back into the game.
That's true, yeah. I mean, you could be right. I'm really not sure how that matchup is supposed to go. But the blue man, oh my goodness. Yeah, these are some crazy drafts. I'm going to get you to talk a little bit about those last couple of picks in a little bit more detail in just a moment, Storm. But first, we have to recognize the fact that both of these teams, they're really cooking with these drafts. I'm sure they had to pull out all the tools at their disposal to come up with these respective drafts. I'm sure, beyond any doubt, that one of those tools must have been ProComps. It's really the only explanation, guys. Remember, ProComps is a sponsor here in the Blue Water League. It's a game-changing app for the league community. It's not like the other tools. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and for solo players. But with ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice, tailored champion picks, and ban recommendations. Stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds you can share with your friends, and as a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate compositions based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can create personalized tier lists. It's like having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. It's user-friendly and it's totally free, so at least give it a try. No reason not to. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your games, just like our teams experienced in this one. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. So, Rise B5, Storm, what do you think?
Yeah, these teams just kind of trading some really heavy counter picks back and forth into each other. Ryzen is really, really good into Vladimir. Vladimir, kind of that famous short-range mage. Ryze, if people are in his range, he kills them. He kills them really, really fast. There's not a lot of people that are kind of able to I think that pick by Wisteria is going to absolutely run this game. Rise kind of infamous. If your CS is less than 9 a minute, you are doing something incredibly wrong on him. Incredibly easy to farm. Just get huge discrepancies. Vladimir, again, very powerful. If he's able to hit those item breakpoints, Vladimir's unmatched almost in terms of just raw damage potential. Is able to avoid some of the Rise combo. So I'll be interested to see as our game progresses how that goes. Yone did just double check. Very favorite into Cassante. Does have that
Okay.
magic damage built into his kit with his passive
Yeah.
and his W and stuff. So is able to kind of shred through him, and you do, just kind of hit him until he dies. As Cassante generally doesn't have damage to kind of kill you.
Well, probably will take a while because Cassante also famously not very good at dying. But
This is
we'll
true.
see how that does go. It does feel like, I completely agree. It does feel like both the Vladimir and the Rise are going to have a lot of value in this game. You know, honestly, both compositions are relatively short range, very melee heavy. So both of those kind of mid-range mages could potentially pop off later on. So could end up coming down to who has the better setup and or who has the stronger laning phase. So we'll have to see about these assignments. What are you expecting in terms of the solo lanes? Like, is this Yone actually going top lane into the Cassante? Are we going to see Vladimir versus Rise in the mid lane? What are you thinking?
I think it almost has to. I mean, I guess you can swap the Vladimir and Cassante fight into Cassante. It's not like early game Rise is going to like kill Vladimir solo or anything. He's just going to outpush you, and you're just going to sit under your tower and collect your farms. So I'm thinking it's just going to be the standard lanes of Vladimir versus Rise mid, Cassante and Yone top. I feel like this draft is going to be, or this game just should be incredibly interesting. Like, there's every single person on the Rift, right, has the button to do the thing. You know, Tristana can ult people away to save herself and has the rocket jump ability to go in. Misfortune can lay down the bullet times. Zinzao is able to get these really long-range picks and has his ult to keep himself safe. Notably, not that many things he's going to cancel. Kha'Zix has the ability to take over the game, getting these, executions if anyone's caught unaware. Maokai has all of the utility in the world for this team. Cassante can kidnap, pretty much anyone who isn't Yone and take them over a wall and just solo kill them. There's so much outplay available for both of these teams in the draft that, like, I don't see a clear draft winner. I don't think there's like this team's favored going into this, like there might have been in games 1 and 2. This game, I think, is complete Wild West. I have zero idea who's going to win.
Kind of, in this moment, I'm pretty grateful for Fearless. I feel like played a part in giving us such an interesting draft here for this third and final game. It's going to be exciting, guys, no matter what happens. We've seen in the previous couple of games have been relatively one-sided, first one way and then the other. So now it all comes down to this. One more Nexus to determine who is going to get this big win. At the halfway point of the round robin, whoever does take the win in this one, probably going to be the favorites to top the group here in Freljord. We'll get into it in just a moment, guys, right after one more break. Don't you dare go anywhere. Alrighty, guys and gals, welcome back to Summoner's Rift, our last game of the night. The Gremlins back on the blue side for this one, where they did manage to pick up their victory in game number 1. And Bloom Gaming, after taking that pretty one-sided win in game 2, are now going to have to make it happen from the red side.
Yeah, we were right. You were wondering if there was any sort of lane matchup shenanigans or swapping, but we do see that everyone's kind of loaded and currently standing what looks to be towards normal lanes.
Yeah.
Nobody going for any sort of disrespectful item. Rise building a tier. I think he does that normally. I
Yeah.
think Rise might even start Sapphire Crystal refillable into most matchups.
Really?
But
Oh.
yeah, I could be wrong. Again, not having played this game in a couple of months, unfortunately. But we are excited to see how this series is going to end out. It's been a fun series so far, but it's been pretty dominant, I would want to say, for both games. That there's been kind of a clear winner, you almost feel like, right?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, in
Yeah.
that previous game, there were a couple of moments, you know, maybe around like the 10-ish minute mark where it felt like the Gremlins were maybe coming back and like that they were maybe going to be actually able to run away with the 2-0 tonight. But, you know, once that second big fight went the way of Bloom, it felt like they just maintained control over that game number 2 for the rest of it from there. So I would definitely agree. I feel like our games have been relatively one-sided. Maybe we'll have a little bit closer contest in this third one. Both junglers are starting on the bottom side of the map, so we'll see about potentially making an impact towards this top lane. You know, as Cassante, as we were talking about earlier on, is generally speaking not very killable. And Jin Zhao is, you know, not necessarily going to offer too much in that regard. But Kothra, I do think, if they do catch Ace overextended, there could be an angle there for the Kazakhs.
Yeah, Xin Zhao does do a lot of damage early, but yeah, Kazakh's gonna, if you're isolated and you get hit by an Q, it's gonna have DPS, I think, just about anybody.
The Gremlins do probably win the 2v2, assuming they play it out correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's very
He
weird.
doesn't.
Yeah, it's an extended fight for sure. Conduit wins. If it's Bloom, kind of like, is it all about bursting one target, right? Getting that damage down.
Twisted advance forward from Shang as the counter engage from Vidyarthi, but that's going to be Mei taking so much damage as the barrier was popped. First, Ren and Shang just able to make it happen in the 2v2. Vidyarthi now remounting, but the Twisted advance has come back off cooldown for the Maokai. That's going to be the flash, and the flash follow, and then jump forward, and the double kill over to Ren. 2 early kills on the Tristana, and Bloom Gaming off to an early lead.
Yeah, that's a huge win, especially when pretty much all of the summoner spells were blown down there. Tristana still has her flash, and it looks like you're going to be able to get this early scuttle, bully the Xin Zhao away even. Are we going to double scuttle this guy? Ooh, are we going to face check into this?
Yeah, Kothra is face checking Panay right now. Does the Kazakhs have leap? It looks like the answer. Oh, he gets knocked up by the third talent strike, and Panay secures the kill onto Kothra. But now Gabriel trying to get one back. The mana, he does just barely have enough. Takes down the Jin Zhao. That's going to be Feat of Warfare for Bloom. GVG now trying to trade it back, but it's double buffs for the Rise. After securing that kill on the enemy jungler, Yone does fly in there. And he secures the kill onto Gabriel. So that's 2 for the Gremlins. They get a little bit back there, keeping this game interesting. It's close so far, Storm.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely awesome to see how close, and there's fights happening, and we want this to happen. I want a bloody game. I want it to be exciting. I want to see these teams lay it all on the line. None of that, you know, oh, if we had just played this one fight better thing. No, it should be that, like, we had 6 times and we came back and we threw it so badly. And that's what I want this. I want the excuses to be that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bloom in particular are poised to look for a volatile game. You know, with the early lead on the Tristana, you know, Ren could really take over in kind of these scrappy fights. Could
Yeah.
be really good for him. So, see if they can set those up.
Yeah. Are we going to see this dragon early start here? Kha'Zix does have the isolation. Or if we're going to see these teams fighting over grubs. We haven't really seen so far this series a fight over the early objective. It's mostly been the trades back and forth upon them. I'm wondering if we'll get that this time. We do see both junglers kind of in the same area right now, as Kha'Zix will be just clearing himself way towards the Raptors camp, and Zhao is there.
Yeah, the junglers might be running into each other here on that red side Raptor campus. Oh, Panay actually looking for the wraparound onto Gabriel. See if this gank in the mid lane is going to be successful, as they do get on top of the Rise. The W does not connect, and the phase rush proc now for Gabriel. He doesn't have flash, though, and he is running towards the wrong side of the rift. GVG gets in there for the empowered Q, and we're all tied up at 3.
Yeah, interesting to see. Just seeing if there was any room to kind of get away into the realm warp to maybe escape, get over a wall, and maybe take a reset. Do you see Carthrall able to steal away one of these grubs, kind of deny that feat?
Oh, the 2v2 again for Bloom Gaming. All right, we're going to go back and see the setup on this one. As Vidyarthi is kind of going forward for the support item proc there. And the explosive charge, that's the moment that allowed Ren to get the charge strapped to the Rel's head, and it's an easy follow-up from there.
Yeah, not something you want to be doing when it's a BF sword to long sword. Those are not fights you want to be taking.
Yeah, I mean, Misfortune usually strong in the laning phase, but exactly like you said, Storm, when you're down that much in terms of the early itemization, you definitely don't want to be giving those windows over for Ren and Shang to look for those fights, and that's 3 kills now on this Tristana. The Realm Warp is coming down here from Gabriel to look for the play right as Vidyarthi gets back to lane, but Chong does die, not able to reset the aggro, but the kill does still get secured by Ren onto the Misfortune, and then uses the rocket jump to get out from underneath the turret, but now Gabriel doesn't have any way to get out of this one. Ace teleporting down to the bot turret will secure the kill onto a Rise. Does mean that Trixlar is going to be able to get that push out in the top lane.
Yeah, but more violence. Love to see it. We're at over a kill a minute.
All right, here comes GVG, just looking for the minion wave.
Yeah. Nothing fun there, unfortunately. But Carthrall is looking to invade on. See if he can steal away one of these raptors. No.
Did that go to the? I think that actually went to the.
Yeah, I
Kha'Zix.
think it did. You're right.
It's level 6 for both junglers, so this is the portion of the game where this matchup does become a little bit more favored for Carthrall. If you ever find Xin Zhao with your ultimate available, he just kind of dies. And looks like this dragon will be given over to Bloom. So they were only able to secure one of the grubs, but they do get the first dragon, and they have this absolutely massive Tristana down here.
Yeah, first item completed already.
That's crazy.
Yeah, probably got that at, what, 8 minutes into the game?
Or even earlier.
Yeah.
We do have, and it's not even a lead for Trixlar, which is really interesting, because Ace teleported away from the top lane, right, to get that kill in bot, but actually still has a CS advantage over the Cassante as well.
Yeah, see that there's just that slight edge towards everyone. Rise down, 3 deaths here, really roaming to set up Ren and make sure that they're able to take advantages. Would like to see Chong play these tower dives, not starting out with the W.
Yeah, that's not necessarily how you want to play that. I missed that, actually, if that was the setup.
Yep, but whatever. Got the CC down. That's the important thing anyway.
Yeah. It ended up being, overall, actually a positive play for the Gremlins. That's what allowed them to equalize at 5 kills. We got another play here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
As the Hemoblade did go down onto Gabriel, who flashes away. Cannot take that little bit of extra damage from the Vladimir or the R2 activation. Panay just flashes in! And he knew that there was no flash on the rise, and it was a great punish there from the Gremlins jungler.
Yep. Pretty sure he could have just pressed Wind Becomes Lightning on him and charged in, but
Yeah, but then
Flash
if you miss
just-
the W, then the rise
yeah.
gets to back away.
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, just
All
wanted
right.
to make it a sure thing, did Panay.
Yep.
And now the Gremlins have taken the kill lead. They're up about 500 gold. Cathral trying to get some counter jungling done in the meantime.
Yep. Gonna be interesting to see if Misfortune here and Rel are gonna continue to push out. Probably not the safest thing, but
Yeah, Strong is wrapping around behind him right now. Let's see if this bot
Strong's
lane play is going to be
way ahead
anything.
of this play,
Twisted
though.
Advance does get the root onto Mel, and Tristana can join. The Magnet Storm is pretty decent, but already the Explosive Charge that's going to be underneath the turret. Goes to Tristana, the Buster Shot secures the kill. And that's what happens when you're that fed. You can look for those plays.
Yeah, secures the kill away from Carthrall and committed his E and jumped in with ult under that tower here.
Gabriel could be in trouble again. The Realm Warp, it does get out the rise. Okay, he's all right.
Nice. That's pretty big.
Grub's line.
Grub's here. This
Yeah.
next kind of point of contention. Ace does have this push-up, has a timer to start hitting these if he wants to. Nay, trying to make sure to equalize some of his gold lead in the jungle. Has his first item completed ahead of Carfell. I'm sure must be sitting gold to finish that.
Yeah.
Is that
Oh, that's kind of a garage sale situation for the Kazakhs,
Yeah.
actually. I think he, I don't really know. I don't really know what the plan is here for the Kazakhs. Could be
Yeah.
Ghostblade. Could be, I don't know what the pickaxe is going to be.
yeah.
There's like Cyclosword, I think maybe builds out of pickaxe.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Just to get even more huge burst damage, I could see that.
We'll have to see. As really, this game for now is all about Ren on this Tristana. 5-0. Probably going to be Infinity Edge second, you'd have to imagine. And you know, you were talking earlier about how Tristana, she's got like a mid-game trough similar to Caitlyn.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really relevant anymore.
Yeah, I think 5 kills would kind of accelerate you past your trough.
Yeah.
You're able to jump over that a little bit. It's not too deep anymore.
Yeah, it's really more of like a ditch,
Yeah.
like a shallow crevice. I don't know. That sounded a bit wrong, didn't it?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the video game again here. We got another dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Let's see what we're gonna have for our soul. Are we gonna be 3 for 3 on Cloud Souls tonight? Is the question.
I kind of hope not.
What
It's
are you
always
hoping
nice
for?
to see some variety. I'd love to see an Infernal Soul.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah. Get some of these pesky bushes. and
Oh,
all that.
Vidyarthi flashes forward for the play onto Gabriel. The bullet time, everything is used there, and they just absolutely burn down the rise. So that was flash on the Rel and both ultimates. They do take down Gabriel. They're not going to have those ults now for this potential dragon fight. We do see the Gremlins moving into the river as Cathral in trouble, flashes away, has a blast cone, but gets knocked up. Oh, the blast cone, is he going to get the Kazakhs out? He doesn't have the ultimate. He's just going to get taken down. The ignite from Vidyarthi is going to get that last tick of damage onto the bug. And that is going to be the Hextech Dragon over to the Gremlins. They're going to be able to tie up that dragon count 1-1. They're
Yeah,
definitely still in this.
That's pretty big. That play is just kind of one of those things of communication, maybe. Raz saying, yeah, I can bait this for sure. You can come in and assassinate that Misfortune as soon as Rel goes in on me. We got the Infernal Dragon. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Exactly what you were hoping for, Storm. That is
Yeah.
big. But yeah, unfortunately, I think, you know, the Kazakhs just walking into the banana brush like that
Yeah.
is a little bit reminiscent of what we saw from Cathral in game number 2 as well. Just these moments where, you know, you're just not really playing around your team appropriately. As that was a good flash from Trickstar to get out of the Fate Sealed, but so overall a good play from Ace to get that summoner advantage.
Yeah. Haven't really seen this Yo kind of make anything out of this play top lane. Pretty even in CS. Young has picked up kills, unfortunately, on Gabriel, so does have that kind of accelerating him forward, but both are equal on items. Young finishes his board while Casante has finished his fun armor item of please stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit surprising. I was definitely expecting to see the gauntlet, the Iceborne gauntlet first for the Casante in this one. But Thornmail definitely
Yeah.
not bad. Certainly is a good item to have this game as well.
Yeah, just not what I was expecting first out. I was thinking he might have just sat on that bramble vest and then built into that, but elected to get the full thornmail here, give you some more armor scaling in your kit.
So Ace, not really too bothered by the Thornmail. Still gonna
Yeah.
get a good amount of damage out there onto the Casante.
Petrol is just continuing this crusade of invade the enemy jungle.
That's gonna be able to successfully steal away the blue buff. Ace gonna spot him out once again, but with the Soul Unbound and the Smite there for the Kazakhs, is gonna be able to steal away the Gromp as well.
Yeah, but as Panay, this just gives you all the information that you gotta know somewhere. I don't think it's really worth it to go after this 1-5 ride, but looks
They're
like
gonna
we
look for him
are.
anyway, as they're going pretty deep for this play. Is Gabriel able to put the Jinzhao in a rune prison, and now Carthrall is in trouble, gonna get jumped on by GVG. And the Gremlins, it wasn't necessarily the target they were hoping to get with that play, but they certainly did get a kill.
Yeah, this is not the start you want as Kazakhs here. This is one of those things, is Ren, it's looking like it's going to have to be the heavy lifting this game. No one else on this team is really in this game whatsoever besides him.
Absolutely right, Storm. Yeah, it really feels like this game, the first big team fight, it's just going to be all about the Tristana. Can a team play around Ren well enough to let him carry the team fight, or are the Gremlins going to be able to burst him down and take the fight for themselves? So they do have the gold on the side of the Gremlins, very evenly distributed. As we do have Nature's Grasp in the bottom lane, but looks like Mei is going to be all right, as there was no minion wave. So I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there for Shang.
I think there was a minion wave, but May just used bullet time to kind of clear it out.
That
They're
would make
setting
sense,
up the
yeah.
dive. But there is pings coming down here. Kazakhs is waiting, ready for this counter invade.
Ooh, the turret is low. If we just take the turret first, I think that's better. And that is going to be the play. A really nice rocket jump there from Ren. Gets out of the Magna Storm. The turret is going to drop. Cothrell and Panay locked in a 1v1 over here, but the Unseen Predator is there. Oh, but GVG makes the difference. Flashes over the wall. They take down Carthrall. Meanwhile, Ren still fighting it out. Oh, but do we have a rocket jump available right now? Shang is going to sacrifice himself to try to get the Tristana out to safety. I don't think he has. Oh, he does. He gets back underneath the turret just barely. Ren will survive, but another win for the Gremlins. They're going to drop Herald now and going to be able to take this bot tier 1 turret themselves.
Yeah.
That's a great lead-in for that next dragon as well. The next first Inferno spawning in 30 seconds, Storm. Do you think the Gremlins are going to be able to transition directly into that dragon, or if they need to reset first, that could be...
Top lane.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Very distracted. Yes, Casante was doing some Casante things there, but Ace able to fate sealed away from that one.
Yep. But anyway, they aren't able to reset here and spend their gold, which is a bit of an... I guess they are able to. There is definitely a play to be made for this, but I think is the side of Bloom. You just got to be listening to yourself and going, slow it down. We can do this, you know. It's not all about going for the big play. I speak of this, and we see Casante trying his best with Ivion. But does call up his jungler. This should be an easy
They get the
kill
turret.
for Kazakhs.
Yeah, Ace trying to flash away from this one, but Cothrall jumps forward. What goes out must come back in. Oh my goodness, what was that? Almost took down the Kazakhs. That was way too close, but they do get the kill onto the Yone, but Cothrall showing on the top side means that there's not going to be any control for the side of Bloom in this bot side river, so this is just going to be the second dragon given over.
Yeah. But, I mean, you did trade. You got something for this, right? You got the top lane farm onto your Kazakhs. You got this top lane tower, so you kind of already had that. You secured another kill. we're at least getting something for this dragon. It's not us
That's
sitting around staring at it going, dang, we should have been there.
Very true.
Are able to see that feats did go over towards the side of, interestingly enough, there are the
Yeah.
upgraded boots.
They got the first 3 kills and
Yeah.
the first brick, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Gave them that. All thanks to Ren, pretty much, and Shang. Thanks to their early laning phase. Basically, single-handedly got them the feats of strength in this one.
Be interesting to see if Cassante is able to be kind of that front line and keep Ren safe. I think it'll be very hard against a Vladimir. Can only plant one
Tricky,
person
yeah.
away.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. There's the Yone that's going to be diving in as well. So, yeah, and the Xinjiao, of course. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be tough, I think, for Bloom to play this one out, just because they only have the one threat right now. This Tristana is I mean, if Rise was a little bit stronger, I mean, okay, Gabriel did just now complete his second item, so the Rise is starting to scale a little bit. If they can get this Rise online and have another threat with this composition for Bloom, as Strong goes in, really nice Bramble Smash there onto 2, but Ren has to be a little bit careful. It's a bullet time to the face and a shutdown goes over. It is the Rel that picks it up, but still, and now Gabriel is Realm Warped into the play, takes down Vidyarthi. Pinay now charging forward, flashing forward is Pinay, takes down the Kazakhs, finds the knock-up onto Gabriel, and now Vladimir underneath the turret they go. It's 2 more kills onto GVG, and the Conduit Gremlins find the 4-for-2 fight.
Yep, and this is turning more and more into the Conduit. I think with those 2 kills, you see Vladimir is going to have his Rabadons finished, and that's just going to start getting more and more out of control and obscene.
Yeah, I feel like Pinay and GVG have been playing together so well in this one.
Yeah.
Think about earlier, the coordinated roam down towards the bottom lane as well. They were able to punish Karthral back with that play also.
Yeah, they've been doing really well together. Going to be interesting to see what Karthral and Gabriel are able to do. They both have this side lane threat and pressure that they're going to be playing together around that. So there is still time for them to be able to link up done. But it's going to be hard to get anything at this point. It's, again, one of those things you have to set up some sort of pick before a fight. I don't think in 2 minutes you're going to be in any sort of position to fight for this dragon.
Chong gonna be forced to flash over the wall there. Get out of that spot. Ren is still strong. You know, the shutdown did go over, but it was only to the Rel who got that extra gold.
Yeah.
And Ren is still powerful, still 2 items done on this Tristana. So we'll see if Bloom can set up this fight somehow, but I definitely hear you. It feels like they may not be in a good position to do so, but I mean, I don't really know if you want to give over Infernal's Soul Point. It kind of feels like you have to fight for it.
Yep, there's this really awkward point of the game that they're at right now of what can you concede and what can you fight for, because I'm wondering what point you're gonna say with this Rise, okay, we're good.
That's gonna be the jump forward for Ren. So much damage onto Mei. The Buster Shot is not quite enough though to secure the kill. Mei will survive. Ren is able to jump back out with the reset on the W. Only burned the barrier to look for that angle. And it was both summoners off of Mei's misfortune. Still a positive trade, but I was definitely clinched.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have this pick top that you're able to look for. A's kind of...
Alright. Yeah, the Yone's in a tough spot. See if you can pull some shenanigans to get out of this one.
Kha'Zix goes, nope, I need to make sure that I am ready to dragon the spawning in 30 seconds. Decides not to go for this play.
I don't know if they're gonna be ready though. I mean, look how far up GVG's pushed up in that bot lane. Maybe he's actually too far pushed up. Let's see here. Are they gonna be able to collapse on him? Does have Panay waiting in the bush. The Rune Prison does come down as GVG. Oh, there is the Tristana. The explosive charge already on top of that. Vladimir flashes away, still dies. Ren almost dies as well. Is gonna have to flash to get away from the Xinjiao. Now Pinay is gonna have to settle for a tree. Strong Somo, no way out of this one. That is going to be a kill over to Mei. And a 1-for-1 overall. Relatively positive for Bloom.
This is
They
a
did
TP
take down.
coming in for Rise.
Yeah, okay. Let's see how it goes. A teleport coming in for Yone as well. And that is going to mean that Gabriel just has to beat it out of there. Looking for the play on this mid-tier 1 right now, but the Gremlins are going to come back over, clear out this minion wave, keep that mid-tier 1 alive. The dragon is up.
Yeah, I mean, this
And
is kind of nice if you're Bloom. You're delaying stuff right now. It's, only 30 seconds, I guess, but...
GBG is back now
hopefully
with
gives you the time
teleport,
maybe to
and
get this mid lane tower. Probably just sacrifice another wave into it.
not
Oh,
even
we get a
Vladimir's going to
teleport.
teleport back into mid-wave.
Okay.
And this mid lane turret is not going to drop. That is going to be Infernal Soul Point now for the Gremlins. Really feels like they have got some good control now over this one.
Yep, we're gonna have to see. There's a pretty obvious targets that GVG and that May both have no flash. So those are kind of the people you need to be looking for if you're Kha'Zix and see if you can get something done. Maybe with Ren, able to go in with one of these Buster Shot combos like they were last time.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. I mean, you are Tristana, so you can...
Okay.
-1, yeah, very sad. But it's pretty crazy. I mean, Tristana can go for those aggressive plays because of how the W works, right? Where you can reset your jump. But I kind of would like to see some other members of Bloom try to set Ren up to actually go in for that. I mean, if anybody else had been able to even get a little bit more damage onto the Misfortune in that initial mid play before the third dragon or the second Infernal Dragon spawned, that would have been a dead MF, and that whole sequence could have looked way different, right? But feels like it's just Ren right now that's kind of... And Shang as well has had some good angles. I feel like we need to see some other members of Bloom step up here to try to get them back into this game.
Yeah, I want to see... We haven't seen a Cassante ult, really, other than that one attempted kill top lane from Trixar. Like, sure, they have a whole bunch of money, and there's, people out this Yone, and they've been able to keep this push up, but, like...
Highest level in the game, actually.
Yeah, what is your tank going to be able to do for you? This is the point of the game where their damage actually matters, and no one has resistances, so hopefully we're able to get something done, because they're kind of pushing the point of, I'm not useful anymore, I feel.
Yeah, and I feel like when you pick Cassante, you really want to be playing him in the team fights, right? I mean, you're not playing him just to split push the whole game, so I agree. I really would like to see Trixlar be a little bit more involved. I mean, just burning the teleport there to go straight back into the top lane, like, what's really the point of that? I mean, you don't really have other pressure points on the map right now. Like, why did we just use our teleport there? You could have held it for one of these big objectives that's going to be on the map in just a bit here with the dragon spawning.
Yeah, and our Rise doesn't have anything really to Seraph Shield available here, but Carthrall sees the Vladimir and runs away. Does burn the Vlad ult, I guess, but...
True. Yeah, no plague on cooldown. Chong gonna look for the angle, but the Sanguine Pool was still there for GVG. And now we do see the Cassante has moved down into the mid lane, so Trixlar is a little bit closer proximity to the rest of the team now. Let's see, is Chong's looking for an angle once again. GVG without the ultimate, still looking for a little bit of a play. Yeah, no pool on the Vladimir, as that is going to be a one-shot coming out from Ren. The Tristana is still so strong. A couple of quick ones for Blooms. They didn't give up on that play, and they will be rewarded for it. Trixlar now is alone at the moment in a 1v2. That is Cassante. Absolutely right there, Storm. Going to be totally fine, and Otacon is going to get killed almost as fast as that Vladimir died. As all of the flowers will go over to Bloom as well. As that was a big move from them, but really it's all about this next dragon. Minute 15 on the Infernal Dragon. That is where Bloom have to win the fight.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you didn't really burn any big summoners for that. Still have almost all of those for you, but your ults are down currently at this very moment. So if there's kind of any early warning shenanigans and someone's able to get a pick, there isn't going to be those fight patterns available. I really want to see these teams do this correctly. Nate goes in,
Yeah, and does take a lot of damage, as the Rise is now very strong in this game as well. Gabriel has scaled into this one pretty nicely. You know, you called out in the draft that Rise was a great pick here. There's a lot of melee characters on the side of the Gremlins that Rise can easily get out these rotations on. Moving back into the bottom lane for now is Gabriel. As Bloom Gaming, as they have to, they're playing around this bottom side of the map. Seems like the Gremlins are kind of trying to threaten a cheeky Baron.
Yeah, the
Let's
Baron
see.
for Dragon trade being offered. Oh,
GVG gonna flash in, looking for the Tristanas. Ren has the emo playing on. Oh, the Yone over the top. The damage comes through. The Tristana's been shut down. Just like that, Trixlar flashes into a wall and is gonna get taken down as well. Shut down over to May. Opens up with a bullet time. That's gonna get the flash out from Gabriel. Cathrall can't do anything. Just has to invis himself completely out of the fight. Really nice execution there from the Gremlins. Clinical. They assassinate the Tristana, and the fight was over before it even began, Storm.
Yeah, and as Ren, it's just, how can you play? I mean, what did they do wrong there? They walked up a little bit too far. Vladimir flashes into your face,
Yeah.
and as soon as you flash that ability, you have flash ulting and flying across 3 screens and hits you with a W to kill you. Like,
Ah, freaking Yone.
yeah, God.
So silly, that champion. It's just, the silliness is unbelievable.
And that's Infernal Soul now, so
Yeah.
I don't want to call it because we've seen some pretty epic throws here on BOL Emerald, but
Sure.
I'm not sure unless somebody walks into a Kha'Zix who gets to press Q on them isolated. I'm not seeing another way.
Yeah, really hard to see the angles for Bloom at this point. Kind of feels like it has to be through sides now.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about how Cassante is not really a side lane champion, but you're not winning the fights anymore. So
Yeah.
do your best, Scion impression, I guess, as Cassante. As that Fate Seal is not going to land. And
think
is
Aze is
Aze
dead.
in trouble? Yeah,
Aze is
Gabriel
dead.
obviously
Shouldn't
does
he
have a
be?
lot of
Oh,
damage,
okay,
and
never
there's
mind.
no minions that can stack the Q on, but is going to be able to walk out. Had the rotation coming down from May. So, Yone is not going to be punished for that one. Yeah, it feels really bad. I mean, that last fight, you said it. I mean, Ren really didn't do anything wrong at all. I mean, was in the middle of his entire team. Wasn't even looking for an aggressive... Oh, Chong goes in. Vidyarthi going to be smashed out of the crash down.
GVG?
Yeah, is finding a little bit of damage here onto the Kha'Zix. The Vladimir is just so strong this late in the game, even isolated. The Kha'Zix can't really make a dent. Vidyarthi is going down extremely low. Cathrall is going to be forced to flash away. The damage does come through, but the bullet time actually doing so much work there from May. And the Infernal Soul doing its work. The Realm Warp is only going to take the Rise into the Death Chamber. It is a 5-for-1 team fight. Conduit Gremlins massively on top. They might just be able to end right here.
Yeah, I think with these 30 seconds of death timers and a minion, Panay is able to tank it.
Grubs as well.
Yeah.
The inhibitor will fall. There's still 20 seconds on Ren. Yeah, I think this game is over. The Conduit Gremlins, they had a rough one last week against No Quarter Gaming, but they have turned it around tonight in a big way. It was a little bit rough for them in game number 2 there, but back on the blue side, they're able to close things out. Really nice 2-1 victory for the Gremlins. They are going to be able to equalize Bloom with that win right up there at the top of the division.
Yeah. Showcasing that, last week was just a fluke. That they do know how to play together as a team. Any of the kind of concerns I had about, maybe they're not setting up against objectives right, certainly were in this series, making sure that every time they were there at the objective, 30, 40 seconds at a time, getting the vision, making sure they had the lockdown, knowing who to focus. I noticed in those fights that they were never engaging onto people with flash, right? It was always the people who even in that last fight, Panay waited that whole time. As soon as Ren poked their head out and tried autoing somebody, immediately got flashed on Zip.
Yeah.
So
Really well played by all of the Gremlins. I mean, in that last game in particular, I mean, like you said, they did such a good job of identifying the windows where they could look for these punishes. There was a play earlier on as well in the mid lane where like GVG forced all the cooldowns out, like got the flash out from Ryze in the 1v1, and then Panay, as soon as the Ryze got a little bit too close to the bush, just flashed over the wall and finished him off. That was big for accelerating the mid jungle there for the Gremlins as well. And yeah, they just were so good at focusing down the Tristana in those team fights. Ren had such a massive early lead, but just wasn't really allowed to play the game in the end.
Yep. Well, I mean, yeah, you can just see it from their damage, right? They only did 20k. They did pretty much the same damage as May. Just was
Crazy.
literally unable to. That, you know, Vladimir and Zinzao basically shot her as soon as she was anywhere on the side of the screen as them.
Yeah, and Bloom, yeah. Unfortunately, they just weren't quite able to play around Ren. I mean, it's hard when you've got all these divers on the side of the Gremlins that you have to worry about, right? To really
Yeah.
keep the Tristana safe, and in the end, they just weren't quite able to do it. So definitely a really nicely played game there from the Gremlins. It did end up being a little bit back and forth. I think that was the closest game of the night, right, Storm? Wouldn't you say?
Probably, yeah. I mean, for the first kind of 10 minutes, the game was very even. I think it was 5 to 7 minutes or something like that. That there was definitely moments on the side of both teams. You know, Bloom got that one fight down towards Otacon that I went, okay, maybe there's something here to
Yeah.
get this Rise pick, and they're able to get some sort of major objective for themselves, get themselves, you know, equivalency and levels that I think they had a shot at winning this game, but unfortunately they weren't able to close it out.
Indeed, indeed. Who's our game 3 POG? I think game number 1, who did we end up giving it to? I think it was Ace on the Darius that
There,
got it in
yes,
game
yeah.
1, right? What are you thinking this
Is
time around?
I think I would give it to Panay
I
on
like
that
it.
Zinzao. They were just incredibly solid all game. They really set GVG up to win this one by just constantly bullying Gabriel Leo Rise, um, and pretty much made Carthral's pick of this Zinzao a non-factor as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Yeah, Carthraw wasn't really able to find the angles. It's a difficult to play the Kazakhs in a 5v5 setting, right? When teams tend to be a little bit more coordinated, and it's harder to find those isolated targets that are, overextended. And yeah, it was definitely the Gremlins. I think it's safe to say were the more coordinated team in this last game.
For
Any other
sure.
final thoughts, Storm? Any other, anything else you'd like to add before we close things out for tonight?
I don't think so. Thank you guys so much for joining us. As always, I'm providing the content weekly. If you have anything you'd like to say in regards to that, feel free to DM me. I'm Control Alt Delete Writer in the Discord.
Always keep an eye out for the content, guys. Good stuff. I guess we do have GVG as the MVP, apparently. Is that like as voted on by chat, or what's the deal there, Mr. Producer?
Oh, the in-game symbol, like doing the
Oh,
damage
like
or what?
as awarded by
Yeah,
the client or whatever. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, if you ask us, Panay Nesapoha was the MVP of that last one, but GVG definitely had a great game as well. So shout
Yeah.
out to him, and shout out to all of you guys. Thank you very much for being here. For myself, from Storm, from Shivam, and the entire team at Blue Water, thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow night for Week 4 in the Platinum League. Same time, same place. We'll see you next week for Week 5 of Emerald. Have a fantastic rest of your night.